looking to spend that birthday money, Tyler? I'm just not sure which one to get. Well, they are both pretty cool. But saving some of that money would be pretty cool, too. Yep.
When's the right age to teach your children how to save and spend money wisely? Right now, with the Be Money Smart program only at Utah Community Credit Union. Inspiring smart decisions.
Nice.
From Orem, Utah, on the campus of Utah Valley University, it is Wolverine baseball. We welcome you into the broadcast booth. A beautiful evening for a midweek matchup as Utah Valley takes on Washington State. I am Jordan Bianucci alongside Ryan Pickens. And Ryan, it should be a good one. I will send it over to you with the lineups.
All right, let's take a look at the lineups. First for the visiting Washington State Cougars, who come in with a record of 10-36-1 on the year. Leading off will be center fielder Danny Sinatro. Shortstop Andres Alvarez hits in the 2 spot. Dylan Plew, the third baseman, hits third. Kyle Manzardo, the first baseman, hits cleanup, followed by Jack Smith, the DH. Colin Montez, the left fielder, hitting in the 6th spot. Brody Barnum, the right fielder, hitting 7th. Garrett Gouldsmith, the second baseman, hitting 8th. And then Kobe Blunt, the catcher, will hit 9th. Pitching tonight for Utah Valley, well, let's set the defense first. In the outfield, it will be Ryan Eastburn in left, and center, Michael Beltran, Alexander Marco in right. On the infield will be Paul Estrada at third, Trevor Howell at short, Cody Hall at second, Cade Polson over at first base, Drew Sims will be catching. And on the mound will be the left-handed pitching freshman Cole Yoakum, who's 1-1 on the year with an 8.36 ERA, making only his second start, his 20th overall appearance. He's gone 28 innings for Utah Valley this year, 24 walks to 14 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .317 off the left-hander as the left-handed hitting Danny Sinatro stands in the box. Jordan, and we are set and ready to go on what has to be, why not save the best weather for the last home game of the year.
Indeed. Yoakum on top. Ready to go, everybody, except the person playing the music. All right, now we're ready to go. Except the guy running the scoreboard. Sinatro at the plate. He takes a called strike as, I don't know. Oh, they have, I don't know who they have up there, but it's not Sinatro on the scoreboard. 0-1, lefty versus lefty. The pitch to him, there's another fastball. That one, not sure where that one missed. The home plate umpire tonight, Randy Upton, says it's a ball, though. 1-1. Travis Roberts is at first base, and Andrew Torfin, the third base umpire. There's a fastball in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2 to Sinatro. The first pitch was at 6:01 local time, and the game time temperature, 81 degrees. Just a perfect night for baseball in Utah Valley, and the warmest temperature for a home game we've had by far this season. There's a curveball in the dirt, and it is 2-2 to Sinatro, hitting .291. He leads Washington State in batting average. Sinatro, no homers this year, 12 RBIs. The 2-2, a swing and a line drive, a one-hopper up the middle into left center field, a base hit. Sinatro takes a wide turn around first. Beltran up with it in center field, and that's how this game gets started. So here is Andres Alvarez. Well, Yoakum has started just one game this season. It came up in Salt Lake City against the Utes, who the Cougars, they will head up to Salt Lake City to take on Utah this weekend. In that start at Utah, Yoakum went 2 innings, gave up 2 earned runs, 3 total. The lefty throws over to first base. Sinatro has stolen 3 bases this season in 5 attempts. The Cougs trying to get something going offensively early. They have struggled offensively this season, as have the Wolverines at times, though they've been hitting the ball much better as of late. The pitch, breaking ball, misses away. Ball 1 to the right-handed hitting Alvarez. Utah Valley coming off one of their best weekends of the season. They took 2 of 3 from Sacramento State, who came into that series in first place in the WAC. Utah Valley with a tentative hold on that last seed going into the WAC tournament. There's a strike on the outside corner, a fastball knee-high, and the count is 1-1 strike. The Wolverines, of course, have one more WAC series this weekend down in Edinburgh against UTRGV. The 1-1 coming from Yoakum into his stretch. A swing and a chopper off his glove, and it caroms over near the second base area where Hall can't do anything with it. It squirts away from him, but as soon as that hit off Yoakum's glove, there was really no play. So that'll be a base hit, and there are 2 men on, nobody out here in the first for the Cougs. So here's Plew. Right away, Yoakum into a bit of trouble. That ball was hit pretty hard. Just a one-hopper out in front of home plate, and Yoakum couldn't squeeze it. Plew, a left-handed batter, hitting .281, 4 home runs, and 27 men batted home. The pitch to him, he shows bunt, and now he pulls it back, and the ball gets by Sims. A fastball inside, and I thought at first perhaps he had fouled it. He did not. He pulled the bat back, took it as a ball, and that, we'll see what they rule that, whether that's a wild pitch or a pass ball. They're going to call it a passed ball. So right away, Sims is going to head out and use a mound visit.
So I'm assuming, did that hit off the glove then? Because I heard an audible sound, and so I thought he had made contact, maybe lightly when he was pulling it back, but it must have gone off of Sims' glove then. That must have been what that sound was.
Yeah, the Cougars lead the Pac-12 in sacrifice bunts this season with 46. Plew was trying to make it number 47 there, and Sims with the mistake, he did him a favor. So now you don't even get an out for the sacrifice, and Washington State does not need a base hit to score a run. 1 ball and no strikes the count to Plew. Lefty versus lefty. Nobody out. We're just underway, top of the first. And a ball misses down and away. 2 balls and no strikes. Manzardo is on deck. Plew leads the Cougars in that home run category. 2 balls and no strikes. Here it comes. And there's a fastball on the outside corner. And it's 2 balls and 1 strike. The Wolverine, the infield is back, so they will concede a run if it's hit on the ground. The 2-1 pitch, down in the dirt, blocked by Sims, and it's 3-1. So now Plew can look for something to drive. Polson at first base, he's just in front of the first base bag. Estrada even with the third base bag. Battling the setting sun over there. Now he comes in a bit, playing on the edge of the infield grass.
Utah Valley, Jordan, not wasting any time getting some action up.
3-1's hit deep to left. Eastburn on the track looking up. It is foul just by maybe 5 or 10 feet. 10 feet, 15 feet. Plew hammered it just 305 feet down that left field line as Romeo Carrillo gets set in the bullpen, as you mentioned, Ryan. Yoakum not a real long leash right now. Full count. Nobody out. Runners at second and third. The pitch. Plew swings and grounds it to first. Polson bobbles it. He's going to come home. The slide. He's out at the plate. A nice job by Polson to recover. Playing in front of that first base bag. He had enough time to get the sliding Sinatro. So 1 away. Plew takes first on the fielder's choice as Alvarez moves to third. Runners at the corners. Just 1 out. Here is Manzardo. Another left-handed batter. 1 of 4 in the lineup tonight for Washington State as a fastball misses high and away for ball 1. Manzardo, a freshman, hitting .261. Does have 2 home runs and 25 RBIs. Yoakum into his stretch. Here it comes from the freshman. There's a ground ball base hit through the left side. Coming in to score is Alvarez. Taking second is Plu. And the Cougs jump out to a 1-0 lead here in the first. It's a great piece of hitting by Manzardo. Hitting it hard right through that hole. The 5.5 hole, as Tony Gwynn used to call it. And here is Jack Smith. Yoakum still in a little bit of trouble here. Runners at first and second. One out. Here comes pitch number 17 of the inning. For Manzardo, that was his 26th RBI of the year. Now he's just one behind the man who hits in front of him, Plu, who has the team lead. Smith, the designated hitter, swings at the first pitch and grounds it to third. Estrada up with it. He goes to second for one. On to first. Two, a double play. And Yoakum gives up just the one run. But the Cougs take the lead. We go to the last of the first inning. It's Washington State 1, Utah Valley coming up.
What's the difference between buying from Murdoch and buying from somebody else?
In a word, confidence. You'll love our price match guarantee, our 5-day exchange policy,
and don't forget car washes and safety inspections for life.
If you need a new vehicle, consider Murdoch Hyundai. I promise you'll love it.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
How does Costa Vida create the ultimate sweet pork burrito? We start by following our award-winning recipe, one that calls for everything to be made fresh, from scratch every day. Like our beautifully braised pork, seasoned beans, savory sauces, and delicious cilantro lime rice. Even our tortillas are cooked to order. It's a difference you can taste. Treat yourself to the ultimate sweet pork burrito, only at Costa Vida.
We're in the back really cooking food. You know, we take pride in all the food that we do. We make the meatballs from scratch.
Trevor Howell to lead things off for Utah Valley. Last of the first inning, 1-0, Washington State. And I will send it over to Ryan with the Utah Valley batting order. Ryan's telling me, what's that, Ryan? Let's wait until the first pitch. Got it. Fastball misses up high, ball one to Howell.
Trevor Howell leads off tonight, followed by Michael Beltran and Ryan Eastburn. Alexander Marco hits cleanup with Mick Madsen, the DH, hitting fifth. Drew Sims, sixth. Cade Polson, seventh. Paul Estrada, eighth, and Cody Hall, ninth.
A ball misses down and away from the left-hander on the mound tonight, Michael Newstrom for the Cougs. We'll get the numbers on him in just a moment. Howell is hitting the ball very well. The 2-0 pitch to him. Fastball in there for a called strike at the knees, and it's 2-1. Howell coming off a 2-home run afternoon on Sunday. He has been the Wolverines' best hitter since April 1st. Got off to a slow start, but the senior out of San Diego has come alive in the second half of the season. The 2-1 pitch to him, a swing and a liner into left center field, a base hit. Sinatra over to cut it off. Howell will take a big round around first, and he is in there with a leadoff single.
Let's take a look at the Washington State defense this evening. In the outfield, Colin Montez is in left, Danny Sinatra in center, and right field, Brody Barnum. On the infield, Dylan Plu at third base, Andres Alvarez, the shortstop. At second base, it will be Garrett Goldsmith. Over at first, Kyle Manzardo with Kobe Blunt catching. Michael Newstrom on the mound, 0-1 this year with a 9.77 ERA, making his 19th appearance and second start. He's gone 15 2/3 this year, 8 walks, 11 strikeouts. Opponents hitting .328 off the left-hander.
Fastball taken for a strike on the outside corner, and it's 0-1 to Beltran. Beltran in this weekend series went 4 for 12. Overall, though, on the year, he is hitting .328. 2 homers, 16 RBIs. He did hit a solo home run this past weekend. the lefty Newstrom into his stretch. The one strike pitch misses down and away, and it's 1-1. Beltran is hitting .367 off lefties this season. Newstrom, that left arm dangling. He last pitched this past weekend against UCLA. He went 1 inning, gave up 1 hit, no runs. He comes set at the belt. Now he throws over to first, and they have Howell picked off. Manzardo goes over to Alvarez covering. Now back to the pitcher covering first, and they got him. I say the pitcher covering first. That was Manzardo. They call him safe?
So the throw got cut off there by the first baseman, and Howell there got back safely. Had the throw came through to the pitcher, then Howell's out, but the first baseman there, I believe, just cut it off, and that allowed Trevor Howell at that point easily to get back.
Wow, a mistake there from the Cougars. I had already gone down to the scorecard, check it off as a pickoff. Wow. A swing and a ground ball to third base. Flew to his left. He can't get it. And into left field it goes, and the Wolverines have runners at first and second to begin this ball game in the bottom of the first. So the defensive miscue from the Cougars comes back to bite them. We'll see if it costs them a run. Here is Eastburn, a left-handed batter. That hurts. If you're Newstrom on the mound, that's an out. He had a nice pickoff move, the lefty to first, and Howell got into a rundown, but made it back to first. I'm not sure if that was just a miscommunication on that throw or what happened. Perhaps Manzardo did not realize Newstrom was covering the bag. The pitch to Eastburn, senior, in there for a called strike, a fastball.
And the tough part with it, Jordan, you really take a look at it. Washington State could have had the out at first there, and then Blue could have made that play at third. You could have 2 outs here with Ryan Eastburn instead of facing one of the most consistent Utah Valley hitters with nobody out and runners on, and the tying run in scoring position.
Indeed. A breaking ball floats in there on the outside corner, taken for strike 2 by Eastburn. Eastburn is just 6 for 34 against lefties this year. That ball hit to the left, or to the right, from our standpoint, but to the left of Plew. It was not hit real solidly. I thought Plew was going to make that play. Just couldn't quite get to that ball. The 0-2 pitch to Eastburn. Misses down and away. That looked like a type of slider, breaking away from the left-handed hitter. Not real close. A nice job by Blunt to slide and keep that one in front of him. It's 1-2. Eastburn on the season hitting .344, 2 home runs, 23 RBIs. 1-0, Washington State. We're in the last of the first inning. 2 on, nobody out. Here it comes. Eastburn swings and grounds one to second. This should be 2, and it clanks off of Goldsmith and into center field. Here comes Howell around third, and the game is tied. That will be an error. That's a hard hit ball, but right at Goldsmith. And instead of a double play, it's a run for the Wolverines. So things not going well for Washington State defensively early on.
And these are the kind of moments we saw Utah Valley, Jordan, over the weekend against Sacramento State, really take some strides and some step forward from where they've been here so earlier on in the season. And so this is an opportunity for Utah Valley, Jordan, not just to settle to tie the ball game, but this is where you really need to try to add in a couple more runs and try to build maybe a couple run lead here.
Here is Alexander Marco, right-handed batter. First pitch misses way outside. A breaking ball, ball 1. Well, Newstrom had a man picked off, and he got into a rundown, and they were unable to get him ultimately, so he stayed on the base paths. Then a ball hit softly to the left of Plew, just escaped his glove. And then a ball right there hit at Goldsmith, caroms off him and into center field. And that's where we are. A ball misses away. Now 2-0 to Marco. Runners at first and second, still nobody out. Marco, on the year, leads the Wolverines with 6 homers and 36 RBIs. He could do some damage here. The 2-0 pitch to him. Newstrom checks the runners. Now he comes home, and a fastball misses down and away, and it's 3-0. Nobody up in that Washington State bullpen. 1-1 our score. Matson is on deck. They handed out the bells, the cowbells before the game, Ryan. That's not going to get old at all. The 3-0 pitch, a fastball on the outside corner, called for a strike, and it's 3-1 to Marco. I feel like I'm at Mississippi State.
That's just what I was thinking, and, you know, I'm not a big fan of him either. However, you know.
It's all right. It's okay.
The important thing is there's a lot of people here at the stadium tonight to enjoy the ballgame.
Tremendous crowd. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss from Marco at a fastball on the outside corner, and it's 3-2. Well, if early on it's any indication, Newstrom is not a real hard thrower. That one at just 85 miles an hour. He's worked on a lot of breaking stuff, though. Trying to work out of a jam here in the bottom of the first. 1-1. 2 men on, nobody out. The 3-2 pitch to Marco. A swing and a foul. That was a good fastball on the outside corner that Marco put an emergency swing on and just got a piece of. A couple singles and an error to begin this game. Or to begin this bottom of the first, I should say. The wind right now blowing in from right field. We will most likely see that shift quite a bit tonight, but it is a warm night. The ball is going to fly, especially to left. Big gaps here at UCCU Ballpark. Short porches down the line. The 3-2 pitch to Marco, and it misses down and in, and it scoots away from Blunt. He'll recover it on the first base side, and the bases are loaded. Nobody out for Mick Matson. So good at bat there from Marco. A big opportunity for the Wolverines, and the left side of the infield is going to come in and have a word with Newstrom. Washington State just needs an out. Matson does not need a base hit to score a run. Bases loaded, nobody out. The infield will play back for the Cougars. Newstrom from the stretch. The pitch to Matson. Fastball misses down and away, ball 1. Matson this season a freshman, the son of Eric Matson, the head coach, hitting .291, 1 homer, 23 RBIs. Matson is just 10 for 44. That's a .227 average against lefties. The 1-0 pitch to him. A swing and a chopper through the left side, past Plew into left field. 1 run comes in to score. Here comes Eastburn. He will score. A 2-run single for Matson, and it's 3-1 Utah Valley. That was another ball that was not hit tremendously hard, and I thought Plew had a shot at it, but he just couldn't quite get there. Now time is taken. Dan Spencer, the pitching coach, is going to come out and have a word with the lefty.
And this is one thing to keep in mind, Jordan, here. That left side of the infield is difficult to play. We see it a little bit more if the ball's hit in the air than on the ground, but still, nonetheless, Plew, I think, has had a couple of those plays where potentially, maybe not as easy as a play on the last one as we saw earlier on in the inning on the, I believe it was the Beltran at bat, but still one of those situations here where Washington State's kind of gifted Utah Valley a couple of extra outs to work with, so to speak, and Utah Valley's found a way to cash in.
They have, and they have struggled with situational hitting much of this season, but they have finally come alive this past weekend, and it's carried over tonight so far. Drew Sims, the right-handed hitting catcher, takes a first pitch strike on the outside corner, a fastball from Newstrom, and it's 0-1. Sims hitting .257, 2 home runs, 25 men batted home. An open stance, bent at the knees. The 1-strike offering to him as Marco dances off second. A swing and a bloop. But Gouldsmith, the second baseman, is under it in shallow right field. And the Cougars finally get the out they've been looking for, 1 away. It's a good pitch by Newstrom. It jams Sims, and here is Cade Polson. Ground ball would get Newstrom out of this inning, most likely. 3-1, Wolverines. 2 men on, 1 man out in the bottom of the first. Newstrom set. The pitch to the right-handed hitting Polson. Gets by Blunt. Marco heads to third. Matson heads to second. That's a huge 90 feet. The double play no longer in order, and I think that will be a pass ball. That was just a backhander that Blunt, I don't know what happened. He just couldn't come up with it. Now, Polson does not need a base hit to score a run. A ground ball up the middle as the infield plays back, or a fly ball to medium deep outfield would do it. The 1-0 pitch to Polson. And it misses down low. It's 2-0. Paul Estrada, another right-handed batter, is on deck. Polson, the 7th man to come to bat for the Wolverines in this first inning. They lead it 3-1. Newstrom kicks and fires. And a fastball comes in. Polson turns away from it, and it's 3-0. So we'll see if Cade is taking all the way here. The outfield medium, deep, and straight away for Washington State. The 3-0 pitch. Fastball just catches the outside corner, and it's 3-1.
You know it's kind of been a long inning when your starting pitcher has to go back down to the bullpen and start playing catch just to keep that arm warm here. And with still 1 out, Jordan, you don't know exactly how long this inning might go right here if Utah Valley can string a couple more hits together. Yeah, Yoakum down there playing catch. The 3-1 pitch, a swing and a line drive right at the third baseman. Marco tries to get back to the bag. He can't do it. Plew stabs it and then steps on the bag. A nice play, and the inning is over. Utah Valley, however, plates 3 on 3 hits. They leave a man on the base pads. We head to the second inning. It's Utah Valley 3, Washington State 1.
In this moment, it doesn't matter if you save money in 15 minutes. It doesn't matter if your neighbor has the same insurance that you do. What matters right now is the quality of your independent insurance agent.
Glad you're okay, Sarah. We'll take care of everything.
And the company that stands behind them.
Thanks so much for your help.
No problem.
Auto Owners Insurance.
Neil Dastrup Insurance, your local independent auto owners insurance agency, supports UVU athletics.
You only need to answer one question. Will you accept the challenge to become? No matter where you are in life, no matter your interests, from award-winning accounting to marketing and entrepreneurship programs, there's a place for you at Utah Valley University. A place to engage, to rise, to succeed, to become.
Three to 1, Utah Valley leads it as we head to inning number 2. It'll be Montez, Barnum, and Goldsmith. 6, 7, and 8. Cole Yoakum back out on the mound for the Wolverines. Montez, a left-handed batter. Yoakum got into some trouble in the top of the first, but he was able to get out of it with a double play as Montez takes strike 1. Well, Newstrom caught a break there in the last of the first. The 1-strike pitch to Montez is swung on and lifted into center. Coming in is Beltran. He is going to let it fall in front of him, and it squirts by him. So into second, Montez goes. I would think that would be a single and an error on Beltran. That is unusual. The usually sure-handed Beltran, that hop just went by him.
Well, we've seen Michael Beltran so much this year, make so many great plays out in center field for making a transition to playing full-time center field. And right there, just kind of one of those balls, Jordan, that I don't know if he expected it to bounce a little bit higher or what happened, but
neither team looking real sharp early on. The pitch to Barnum is a big loopy curveball that falls in there on the outside corner for strike one. Barnum on the year hitting .214, 1 homer, 11 RBIs. I mentioned Newstrom was able to get out of that last of the first thanks to a double play ball. It was a line drive just right at the third baseman, and they were able to double off Marco at third. There's a strike on the outside corner, and it's quickly 0-2 to Barnum. Gouldsmith is on deck. 3-1, Utah Valley, top of the second inning. Montez away from second. Yoakum comes home. And it's in the dirt, and it caroms off of Sims into the backstop. Montez takes a big turnaround third base, but stops there. That's going to be a wild pitch. And now Washington State does not need a base hit to plate one. Boy, just a sloppy game here early on. 1 ball, 2 strikes the count to Barnum.
And Jordan, we talked about it over the weekend. Utah Valley played pretty good, clean defensive baseball in that series against Sacramento State, and getting ready to go to UTRGV this week with having how crucial that series is. You really want to see you build off of what you did in that Sacramento State series and kind of be able to make this game a continuation of that series.
Barnum takes strike 3, a fastball on the outside corner. That is Yoakum's first strikeout of the night. Barnum did not like the call. Randy Upton perhaps giving a little bit off the corner. So Gouldsmith will come up. He's hitting .215 on the year. This is the 45th game he has started. Slider misses, called a strike on the inside corner. So we've seen Upton early on giving the edges. 0-1 to Gouldsmith. Still a runner at third, less than 2 outs. The Wolverine infield will concede the run if he hits it on the ground. That's another good-looking curveball. That one on the outside corner, taken for strike 2. Blunt is on deck. Montez singled to begin this inning, reached second on an error, then reached third on a wild pitch. The 0-2, a swing and a ground ball. Diving is Hall at second. He comes up with it, throws to first. What a play by Hall. The run comes in to score. An excellent diving play by the second baseman, going to his left and getting to his feet and sidearming the throw over to first. 2 away. Gouldsmith picks up an RBI, number 14 on the year, and it's 3-2 Wolverines.
And just great situational hitting there by Gouldsmith, Jordan. That's an opportunity there where sometimes you might press a little bit and try to continue to get the base hit, but there just does what he has to get the run home.
Fastball misses down low to Blunt. Ball 1. Yeah, good piece of hitting. Excellent defense. Yoakum, the lefty, misses up high, and it's 2-0. Keep an eye on the out-of-town scoreboard. Plenty of action midweek in the WAC and the Pac-12. The 2-0 pitch misses down and in. So now it's 3-0 to the 9th-place hitter, Kobe Blunt. This is just the 13th game Blunt has started. He's hitting .234. The 3-0 pitch to him. Fastball. Wow. Just outside, ball 4. We just saw that pitch called a strike. Randy Upton says not this time. And Blunt takes first base. So here is Sinatra, the leadoff man. He singled to begin this game, a left-handed batter. Slightly open stance. Polson holding on the runner at first, so a big hole on that right side. The pitch. He shows bunt, takes it back as that one comes inside, and it's 1-0. Romeo Carrillo will get back up in the Utah Valley bullpen. Yoakum just over 30 pitches, a throw over to first base. Blunt back in standing. Blunt is just 1 for 1 in stolen bases this season. Utah Valley 3, Washington State 2. The pitch and a breaking ball stays up high, and now it's 2-0. And now Yoakum has thrown 6 straight balls, and Howell is going to come in from shortstop and have a word with him. Now that's one senior that the Wolverines will miss next year, the shortstop, Trevor Howell.
And you think of it, when he was having just a slow start to his season, Jordan, kind of heartbreaking to a point with the career he's had here at Utah Valley. Really happy for Trevor to kind of have that ending moment to his season with the being named WAC Hitter of the Week, and just to be ending it on a really positive note, and hopefully can continue to do that over the next couple of weeks.
The 2-0 fastball misses just off the plate, perhaps a little bit low as well. 3-0 now to Sinatro. Alvarez is on deck. 1 man on, 2 men out here in the second. Now a fastball is taken for a strike. Sinatro squared around a bunt, but then pulled it back, and it's 3-1. Sinatro perhaps bluffing, but indicating that he'd like to try to bunt for a base hit here. The 3-1 pitch, he swings away and lines it into left center field. Beltran over to his right, he'll cut it off. Heading first to third is Blunt. The throw comes into second, and there are runners on the corners with 2 outs for the Cougs. Sinatro got a ball up in the zone. He did not miss it. He is 2 for 2 tonight. So the tying run just 90 feet away, and here is Alvarez. Sims will step out in front of home plate and put on a variety of signs for the infield. Sinatro has stolen 3 bases this season. See if he takes off trying to draw a throw from Sims. Although you have Alvarez up there hitting 280. He does take off. The throw down to second. The tag, not in time. Perfect throw, a perfect tag, just a hair late. So now a base hit would most likely put the Cougars ahead. 4th stolen base of the season for Sinatro. The pitch was a strike, so it's 0-1 to Alvarez. Now Yoakum steps off. Alvarez singled back in the first inning. He hit a comebacker off the glove of Yoakum. That caromed out near second base. The 1 strike, pitch to him. Curveball, just missed outside. Pretty good looking pitch. Yoakum's not missing badly. He's right around the strike zone. 1-1 the count. 3-2 Utah Valley. Yoakum set the 1-1 pitch. Fastball, called for a strike. And it's 1-2. That Upton has been inconsistent so far in this game. He's called the outside corner, and then some pitches, not so much. It's going to get tough for the hitters to see right now as the shade encroaches on the home plate area. Everywhere else in the sun. The 1-2 pitch. Curveball misses high and away, and it's 2-2. Those shadows creeping from the first base side onto the diamond. The wind still blowing in from right field. Everybody medium deep straight away for the Wolverines in the outfield. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. 2 men on, 2 men out. Deuce is wild, as Vin Scully might say. 2-2 pitch, swung on, topped foul, and we'll do it again. First base is open, and you do have the left-hander Plew in the on-deck circle. We'll see if Yoakum's extra careful with Alvarez. Although Plew is no picnic. He is the home run leader for this Cougs team. 2-2 pitch on the way, a swing and a ground ball up the middle, past the diving Howell and into left center field. 1 run will come in to score. Here comes Sinatro. He will score. Into second goes Alvarez. Nobody was covering the bag for the Wolverines. And the Cougs take a 4-3 lead. Well, that's heads up by Alvarez. trying to advance to second, seeing no one was covering the bag. Howell was out in left field playing as the cutoff man, and Hall was nowhere near the second base bag.
Hall went over to first base. Cade Polson then, I think, was trying to potentially get in the middle there in case the relay throw came. So Cade Polson had to try to get out to second base, and right there, just kind of a poor defensive play there from the Wolverines, and right there, a heads-up play by Washington State, and a great job by Alvarez to take the chance there in that situation and have an opportunity. And Eric Madsen coming out of the dugout. We'll have a pitching change here at the ballpark. The evening for Cole Yoakum will come to an end. I believe it will be Romeo Carrillo taking over on the mound after the break here on the WAC Digital Network.
Label me.
You know you want to.
Don't be shy.
You do it behind my back.
So say it to my face.
You don't know me.
You know what I am?
I'm a pitcher.
I'm a striker.
I'm a point guard.
I'm a linebacker.
I'm a setter. Shortstop. High jumper.
Wrestler.
Defender.
Goalie.
Student.
Student athletes.
That's who we are.
Thinking of buying a home? Think bigger. Because with UCCU's low interest rates and low mortgage insurance rates, you could qualify for more house with the same payment you could get from other local lenders. A mortgage with UCCU gives you more purchase power. That means more money you can put into your home or back into your pocket. To learn more, visit uccu.com/morehouse or stop by any UCCU branch today. More house, same payment. Only at UCCU, inspiring smart mortgage decisions.
The latest from KSL5 News, including breaking news as it happens, and all your favorite KSL shows, ready to watch anytime. Download the free KSL app right now on all your favorite devices.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
New pitcher on for Utah Valley will be right-hander Romeo Carrillo on the mound. Carrillo 0-1 this year, making his 9th appearance for Utah Valley. He's got a 9.39 ERA, 1 save in 7 2/3 innings for the Wolverines. Opponents are hitting .485 off Carrillo.
He will face the left-handed hitting Plu with a man at second base, 2 outs, 4-3, Washington State. A curveball gets by Sims. Heading to third is Alvarez, and it looked almost like Sims was crossed up there. My goodness, that can't happen. From the first pitch from Carrillo, I don't know if he was crossed up or he just missed it. That's should be a pass ball. The second pass ball of the game for Utah Valley. So Alvarez at third. Plu reached on a fielder's choice in the first inning. He takes one down and in, and it's 2-0. Well, Washington State has 3 runs in here in the second. The Wolverines, after 1 run came in, had the bases empty and 2 outs. Since then, a walk, a single, and a double. Carrillo comes home, a swing and a foul back and out of play. Fastball at 88 on the outside corner, and it's 2-1. Plu came up with runners at second and third and nobody out in the first inning. He hit one hard, but right at the first baseman, Polson, who came home with it to get the runner. The 2-1 pitch at the knees. Another, perhaps a slider. Taken for strike 2. It's 2-2. Plu leads Washington State with 4 home runs on the year. The right-hander comes set on the mound. The 2-2 pitch. A swing and a liner into center field. Beltran will let it one hop in front of him. Coming in to score is Alvarez. And Washington State extends their lead. It's 5-3.
And that's where that extra 90 feet there, Jordan, really hurts Utah Valley, because without that, the ball's hit so hard at Michael Beltran, probably just gets to second. I don't know if they would risk it there with 2 outs in the inning, potentially, but right there, it kind of comes back to hurt Utah Valley.
Yeah, perhaps you have a play on him at home if he's at second base. Here is Manzardo. Manzardo singled in a run in the first inning. The pitch to him, a left-handed batter, and he takes a fastball for a strike at 90 miles an hour on the outside corner. Well, both these clubs have struggled this year. Washington State with a record of 10-36 and 1. Utah Valley 13-36. The one-strike offering. Carrillo ready. Here it comes. A swing and a line drive into center field. That'll one hop in front of Beltran again. Almost a carbon copy of Plu's base hit. Plu takes second. Runners at first and second for Manzardo. And I beg your pardon, first and second for Smith. Jack Smith will be the 9th man to come to the plate for the Cougs in this inning. A big crowd tonight, but a quiet crowd, especially here in this big top of the second for Washington State. 4 runs in. They're threatening for more. Smith hit into a inning-ending double play in the first inning. A big swing and a miss. And Carrillo started him off with the breaking ball. 0-1. Smith was looking to plant that one on the grassy berm beyond the left field wall. Romeo Carrillo trying to limit the damage. The one-strike pitch, a curveball swung on, base hit into left field. In front of Eastburn, coming around third is Plu. The throw will be cut off, and then it skips away from Howell, or from Estrada rather, near the pitcher's mound. Taking third is Manzardo, and it's 6-3 Washington State. And the Cougs have batted around in this inning. For Jack Smith, it's RBI number 6 on the year. Runners at the corners. Montez, the batter, the pitch to him. A fastball misses high and away. Ball 1. Blake Zeleny getting loose in the pen for the Wolverines. Carrillo has faced 3 batters. He has given up 3 singles and 2 runs. The 1-0 pitch coming to Montez. A fastball on the outside corner, and it's 1-1. Randy Upton, he likes to make a show of the strike call. He's a little delayed, which is great for everybody except the broadcasters. 1-1. Montez with an open stance. He singled back to begin this inning. And it's 1-2, a strike.
That, and it can wreak havoc on the scoreboard operator sometimes.
Indeed.
Did that during high school, and there's a couple umpires that had these really late strike calls and be like, oh, that's a ball. Oh, nope, change it.
Here's the pitch. The 1-2. Fastball just misses off the outside corner. I say the fastball. That was a changeup from Carrillo, and the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Smith is at first. Manzardo at third. 6-3 Washington State. We're in the midst of a 5-run second inning for the Cougs. Carrillo taking his time. The 2-2 pitch. A swing and a liner into left. That's going to fall in front of Eastburn and almost get by him. He does glove it to his side and keeps it from rolling past him, but that means a run coming in to score Manzardo. And now the Cougs have opened this one up. It's 7-3, and here comes Eric Madsen.
And, you know, Jordan, it's one thing if this was a bunch of errors, but you have to credit Washington State. Utah Valley's getting the ball over the plate for strikes, and Washington State just keeps hitting the baseball. These are the nights when it's really frustrating for a pitcher because you're doing everything you can to get the out, and the other team just keeps hitting the baseball.
And these are hard hit balls. That's a really nice job by Montez going the other way. Washington State, we mentioned they've struggled this year at the plate. They have really nice approaches. Not trying to do too much. So Carrillo will stay in the game.
Well, no, this is a Washington State program at their record this year, kind of similar to Utah Valley's in a lot of ways, but this is a program with head coach Marty Lees and that the university as a whole, they're putting some money into baseball and things like that. And Marty Lees has put together a tremendous staff up there in Pullman. I don't know if they'll ever get to the point of like an Oregon State or a team like that, but look for Washington State in the next 3 to 4 years to maybe make a little bit of a jump there in the Pac-12.
They have an illustrious history up there. A big curveball from Carrillo swung on and missed by Brody Barnum. Strike one. Barnum struck out earlier this inning. He has not faced Carrillo, though. Oh 1, righty versus righty. Men at first and second, still 2 outs. The pitch. Down in the dirt, Sims keeps it in front of him. 5 runs have scored with 2 outs in this inning. There were 2 outs and the bases were empty.
The other crazy thing is Washington State doesn't have an extra base hit in the inning. It's been a 1 walk and then nothing but singles.
Mm-hmm. Smith at second, Montez at first. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball in the dirt, and it's 2-1. Barnum, coming into the game, was hitting .214, 1 home run, 11 RBIs. The wind has died down now on a warm, sunny evening in Utah Valley. The 2-1 pitch. There's a strike called on the inside corner. Carrillo took something off the fastball there, and the count is even at 2-2. It's been a long, long inning. Carrillo down in the dirt with a breaking ball, and the count runs full, so the runners will get a head start here. Men at first and second, 2 out. Washington State has 2 conference series left. They play up at Utah this weekend. Then they finish things out up in Pullman with Arizona coming into town. The 3-2 pitch. Barnum swings and misses, and he goes down on strikes for the second time in this inning, and Washington State leaves 2 stranded. However, they explode for 5 runs. We go to the last half of the second. It's the Cougs 7, the Wolverines 3.
In this moment, it doesn't matter if you save money in 15 minutes. It doesn't matter if your neighbor has the same insurance that you do. What matters right now is the quality of your independent insurance agent.
Glad you're okay, Sarah. We'll take care of everything.
And the company that stands behind them.
Thanks so much for your help.
No problem.
Auto Owners Insurance.
Neil Dastrup Insurance, your local independent auto owners insurance agency, supports UVU athletics.
You only need to answer one question. Will you accept the challenge to become? No matter where you are in life, no matter your interests, from award-winning accounting to marketing and entrepreneurship programs, there's a place for you at Utah Valley University. A place to engage, to rise, to succeed, to become.
Utah Valley has work to do. They trail 7-3 as we begin the bottom of the second inning. It will be Paul Estrada, Cody Hall, and Trevor Howell for the Wolverines. Well, most of 4 runs of that 5-run inning coming with 2 outs for Washington State. all on singles. First pitch fastball misses outside to Estrada. Michael Newstrom, the lefty, back out on the mound after a long breather. Working from the windup. Here it comes. Estrada takes a ball down and in. Estrada, the senior out of Long Beach, California, hitting .207, 1 home run, 7 RBIs. Wolverines will certainly miss his glove at third. There's a swing and a fly ball into center field. Sinatro in and to his right. He has it, and there's one away.
And when you just take a look at the career Paul Estrada has had here at Utah Valley, you take a look at some of those hits he got, especially in those Utah games early on in his career. I mean, just kind of one of those players that for Utah Valley has been very clutch throughout his career.
He has. Here is Cody Hall, another senior, hitting .251. Bases empty, 1 out. Newstrom comes with a fastball, and it misses high and away, ball 1. Hall is hitting just .217 against lefties this year. Newstrom, there's a swing and a foul down the right field line. Newstrom threw just about 30 pitches in that first inning. So he'd like a quick one here. Nobody up in the bullpen after he gave up 3 in the Wolverine first. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Hall. Here comes the pitch, and a slider misses down and in. The Wolverines trailing by 4 runs. A lot of baseball left to be played. This has the feeling, we were talking, Ryan, of one of those wacky midweek matchups.
Well, especially when you think of it, both teams playing just 2 days from now. Utah Valley flying to Texas probably tomorrow.
2-1 is grounded to second base. Gouldsmith is up with it. He throws to first, and there are 2 down. And neither team wants to use a lot of arms, certainly in this ball game. Here is Trevor Howell. Bases are empty. Wolverines vying for a spot in that Western Athletic Conference tournament down in Mesa, Arizona. Meanwhile, the Pac-12 does not have a tournament. So Washington State has just 2 series left after this game tonight. The pitch to Howell. Breaking ball in there on the inside corner, strike 1. Right now, UCLA leads the Pac-12. They swept the Cougars over the weekend, number 1 ranked Bruins. Howell singled to begin this game offensively for UVU back in the first inning. The pitch to him, breaking ball misses low and away, and it's 1-1. Howell had a monster series, going 7 for 14 this past weekend with 2 home runs, each of which came on Sunday afternoon. The 1-1 pitch to him, a swing and a pop-up. Shallow right field, going back is Gouldsmith, coming in Barnum. It will be Gouldsmith in the outfield behind first base, and the inning is over. Utah Valley goes down quietly. No runs, no hits, nobody left. On to inning number 3. It's Washington State 7, Utah Valley 3.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
7-3, Washington State leads it as we head to the top half of the third inning. Carrillo back out on the mound. He will face Goldsmith, Blunt, and Sinatro, and it is my pleasure to give you, with the play-by-play, Ryan Pickens.
Thank you, Jordan, as Garrett Goldsmith stands in the box here for Washington State, as Romeo Carrillo will go back out to work here for the Wolverines. He winds and delivers the first pitch and sends this one foul, and that hits off the very top of the roof and then bounces back towards the field into the very front row of seats, just down by the Washington State dugout down the right field line. Or I guess I should say the first base line. The 0-1 pitch on its way. Goldsmith grounds this one right to Trevor Howell, who comes up with it. He'll throw across the diamond in time, and there's one gone here in the third. And really, if you're Utah Valley, the biggest thing you could ask for right now and get would be a quick 1-2-3 inning. And with one away, here's the catcher, Kobe Blunt. Blunt walked in the second and came around to score a run for the Cougars. He'll stand in here from the right side. Carrillo comes home, and the first pitch, fastball, stays high above the belt for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes here on Kobe Blunt. It's a Washington State team that has a couple of nice, impressive victories in the non-conference season this year. The pitch getting in there for a strike. When you take a look at their non-conference schedule, one of the nice things they did is they found a way to, I think they won the season series with Gonzaga this year, which is one of the big ones, at least split it. And there's a one-hopper up the middle to Trevor Howell. He comes up with it, throws across the diamond in time, and there's 2 gone. Gonzaga really up there in Spokane, in the Spokane-Pullman area, has had historically a little bit of the better program up there, but Washington State very much building their program still and playing in a Pac-12 conference that this year has just been tough. When you have had the number 1 team in the country for a good portion of the year, the first pitch to Danny Sinatro, a curveball misses outside for a ball, 1 ball and no strikes. Twice this year, the Pac-12 has had the number 2 team in the country, including Oregon State and also Stanford at one time. The 1-0 pitch gets in there on the outside corner for a called strike, evens the count up at 1-1. It was Washington State who took the numbers on the road in Corvallis in late April, took number 2 Oregon State to 16 innings before dropping a 4-3 decision to the Beavers. As the 1-1 pitch in the dirt for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike here on Sinatro. Sinatro 2 for 2 on the evening for Washington State with a run scored. Ready to go, the 2-1 pitch. Fastball misses low and outside, ball 3, and it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Sinatro, a 40th round pick by the Chicago Cubs in the 2016 draft out of high school. A bouncer over to first, Cade Polson, underhands to Carrillo, covering the bag, and the inning is over. Down go the Cougars, 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the third inning. Utah Valley with some work to do with Beltran, Eastburn, and Marco due up here on GoUVU.com and the WAC Digital Network.
A Mountain Dew kickstart.
Bottom of the third inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. 2, 3, and 4. Beltran, Eastburn, and Marco coming up for the Wolverines here as the left-hander Michael Newstrom will go back to work here for Washington State. Newstrom at about 37 pitches so far as he starts his third inning of work. Will stand in. Beltran 1 for 1, a single back in the first inning, and then came around to score a run here for the Wolverines. And the first pitch on its way is a ball, 1 ball and no strikes, the count here on Michael Beltran. Left-hander, Newstrom, ready to go. Looks in and will deliver here the 1-0 pitch on its way. And Beltran sends this one the other way and sends it foul. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike to count here on Michael Beltran.
A lot of seniors playing in this ballpark for the last time tonight for Utah Valley. Beltran, one of them.
Ready to go. Newstrom looks in and delivers. And Beltran chops this one over to third. A tough play for Plew, and he's going to make it but will not make a throw. You could tell he had to look straight up into the sun when that chopper came, and you could tell when he came down he just wasn't comfortable making that throw across the diamond. Beltran there with an infield single. The leadoff man on. Here's Ryan Eastburn.
Now, with Beltran running up the line, he has great speed. Plew never had a play on that. He did a nice job, as you mentioned, to battle the sun and just come up with it.
Eastburn hit a ball hard, but right at the second baseman, Goldsmith back in his first plate appearance, and then that one went as an E4, the first pitch in there at the knees for a called strike to Eastburn. No balls and a strike. Ryan Eastburn, one of those seniors playing here for the last time after spending his second full season here after transferring from El Camino Community College. Ready to go here with the 0-1 pitch on its way. Eastburn takes a fastball above the belt for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. When you look at directly, we've had a lot of junior college transfers the last couple of seasons, and I don't know if there's one. We've had ones that have made major impacts to the middle of the lineup, but I don't know if there's been one that's made a consistent impact as much as Ryan Eastburn has. They'll throw over to first, and Beltran able to get back. Eastburn really from the first time stepping foot on campus has hit really well in that middle part of the lineup for the Wolverines.
Battled some injuries early on this year, but he has come on strong. He has been fantastic when he's been healthy.
The 1-1 pitch, a curveball, stays up and inside for a ball. It's 2-1 the count on Eastburn. So Ryan Eastburn working the count here, getting it back into his favor. And we'll see here if Newstrom, in this 2-1 count, is forced a little bit more to come over here over the middle of the plate.
Yeah, we'll see what Ryan can do. He has struggled this season against lefties.
Ready to go. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Eastburn swings and misses there, and the count moves to 2 balls and 2 strikes. The good news if you're Utah Valley is although you're trailing 7-3 in the bottom of the 3rd inning, you have plenty of time to get those runs back. Really, the best way to do it would be to chip away a run or two here and there. Beltran, the runner over at first with a conservative lead. They'll throw back over. Beltran back. A nice job by Manzardo there to keep that one in front of him. Is starting to see Manzardo go a little bit up the line, and I kind of wondered if that throw was tailing away from him. Especially with the left-hander on the mound, it'd be easy just kind of throw that one up the line. Newstrom takes a look over to first, comes home. The pitch to Eastburn, called strike 3 at the knees. And Newstrom has his first strikeout of the ball game. There's 1 out, and here is Alexander Marco. Marco walked in his first plate appearance for the Wolverines back in the first when Utah Valley put a 3 spot up on the Washington State Cougars. This is the first ever meeting between Washington State and Utah Valley here in Orem. The other 17 meetings have taken place up in Pullman. They have 2 meetings on a neutral site. Alexander Marco standing in, ready to go. And the pitch on its way. That one missing for a ball. And it's 1-1. In fact, I'm going to correct myself on that. Washington State has a 14-5 record of those games between the Cougars and the Wolverines played in Pullman. So that gives them 19. Then they have the 2 played on a neutral site where the series is tied at 1 apiece. The 1-0 pitch on its way, low and inside for a ball. The count moves to 2 balls and no strikes here on Alexander Marco. Of course, the last meeting between these 2 clubs was a 4-game series up in Pullman in 2017. Washington State won all 4 games and won them pretty single-handedly, 8-4, 10-0, 9-2, and 9-3. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Marco, and that one in there for a call, the 2-0 pitch gets in there for a called strike, and it's 2 balls and a strike here on Alexander Marco.
Newstrom has a very nice move, as we've seen, to first base. And I think that's one of the reasons we haven't seen Beltran take off. That and Utah Valley's trailing by 4 runs. But usually Beltran's pretty aggressive out there.
Here's the 2-1 pitch. Curveball is going to get to the backstop as it gets away from Blunt. And Beltran able to move up there 90 feet down to second base. That one got into the dirt there. Blunt tried to get over to cut it off, but he couldn't. Pretty sure that will go down as a wild pitch. And it's now 3-1 here on Alexander Marco with a runner in scoring position. And this is just when the Wolverines need to see if they can come through with a clutch base hit. Newstrom on the mound, taking his time. They're just past 7 o'clock here. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
It is going to be tough for the hitters to see that ball right now, coming out of the sun into the shade, and then part of the plate is back in the sun. So some nasty shadows to deal with.
Here's a 3-1 pitch to Alexander Marco. He sends this one foul. And it's 3 balls and 2 strikes here on Alexander Marco. Tonight is not the night I want to be traveling around the ballpark. There's a graduation going on at the UCCU Center. I'm just kind of seeing some of these cars slowly make their way across the right field fence here. And boy, there's not a lot of left-handed hitters in the lineup because there's not a lot of room for you to go if you're coming over, driving past that right field fence, and there's a ball that gets hit out that way.
Well, if you're in the area taking a drive, take a drive during the bottom half of the inning, not the top, because the Cougars have 4 lefties in the lineup.
3-2 pitch. Marco swings and misses. Strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts here for Newstrom, and there's 2 away in the 3rd, and that's going to bring up Mick Madsen. Well, Madsen had a 2-run single back in the 1st inning that really provided the big pop of the inning for the Wolverines. We'll see what he can do here for Utah Valley. Madsen slowly getting that average closer to 300 as a right-hander will begin to throw down in the Washington State bullpen. Ready to go. Newstrom takes a look at second, comes home. The curveball misses low and outside for a ball, and it's 1-0 on Mick Madsen. That is going to be up in the pen.
That is Trent Sellers out there.
The freshman from Kennewick, Washington, the Tri-Cities area. 1 ball and no strikes the count, and the pitch on its way home. Fastball missing off the plate, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes on Mick Madsen.
Yeah, you're flexing the Pacific Northwest knowledge there a bit.
You know, this schedule this year worked out really well for me. You know, we've had Oregon, we've had Washington State. If we could just get Washington, Oregon, Oregon State, Washington State, maybe throw in Gonzaga, I'd be set. The 2-0 pitch about ready to come home to Mick Madsen. And the pitch comes home, swings through it, and it's 2 balls and a strike on Mick Madsen.
Utah Valley really needs to get that run home from second base. Beltran has been out there for a while. He reached on a infield single to begin this inning. And as you mentioned earlier, Ryan, sorry to cut you off, the Wolverines need to start chipping away, trailing 7-3.
And a 2-out base hit from Mick Madsen here would really help the Wolverines. Madsen with 1 home run, and he swings through it there. Has 2 balls and 2 strikes. He's knocked in 25 runs for this Wolverine club in his freshman year. Ready to go. Newstrom taking his time on the mound. Running out at second base is Michael Beltran. Newstrom ready to go. From the stretch, looks in behind the plate, and the pitch on its way. He's rolled foul over to Drew Sims, who tried to hit it off the bat and catch it. And, well, he hit it off the bat, but he didn't go straight up. He put it behind him where he couldn't quite catch it. And it'll be 2 balls and 2 strikes on Mick Madsen. The schedule this year just worked out well with some of these games, with coaches and that having ties. Jordan and I were talking before the game. I remember when Marty Lees and also Coach Spencer were on the staff at Oregon State. That one swung out, popped up, down the line, giving it a look, calling everybody off, and it's coming in at the last minute is Goldschmidt, the second baseman, and the inning is over. Utah Valley strands 1. We head to the 4th. It's 7-3, Washington State on top of Utah Valley.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Huh? Let's do this. Let's do this.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
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 I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. Give your head a Mountain Dew kickstart.
Be a king in your mind, but do the work of a servant. With a purpose on the mission, you get to what you deserving. It's worth it, you be on straight and narrow instead of swerving. Ignore the dream killers and doubters, cause they ain't perfect.
Dang, still a lot of doubters out there. What do you want to tell them?
Thank you for the motivation.
Give your head a Mountain Dew kickstart.
Top of the fourth inning in Orem, Utah. It's a 7-3 lead for Washington State on top of Utah Valley in the final home game of the 2019 season here for the Wolverines, as they will head down to Edinburgh, Texas, and then hopefully off to the WAC tournament down in Mesa next week and see what happens down there as Andres Alvarez, the shortstop, will stand in. Alvarez 2 for 2. 2 RBIs tonight, 2 runs scored for Washington State. He sees a first pitch, a curveball. It gets in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1 here on Alvarez. Romeo Carrillo back to work here for Utah Valley. The pitch, slow curveball, up and tight for a ball. The count evens up here, 1 ball and 1 strike here on Alvarez. Alvarez, Plu, and Manzardo coming up here for the Cougars. And the 1-1 pitch, that one bounces in the dirt for a ball, and it's 2 balls and a strike. The count here on Alvarez.
Yeah, you mentioned the WAC tournament coming up. Utah Valley currently in 7th place in the WAC. The top 6 teams go.
Alvarez pops this one up into shallow left field. Trevor Howell going out. It's Ryan Eastburn coming in, and he makes the catch. And there's 1 gone here in the 4th.
However, California Baptist is one of those teams ahead of the Wolverines, and they are not yet eligible for postseason play, making the transition to Division I. So currently, Utah Valley occupies that 6th seed, and they would be in. They are 2 games up on Seattle currently and tied with CSU Bakersfield.
Dylan Plu will stand in, the third baseman. He's 1 for 2 on the evening, and sees a first pitch there with the fastball outside for a ball, and it's 1-0 on Plu. The Wolverines are fortunate. If they didn't have Cal Baptist in the WAC, the Wolverines would be right now out going into that final weekend, and they would need some help and some wins this weekend. Plu sends this one foul, and it evens the count here. 1 ball and 1 strike on Plu. Plu an RBI single in his last plate appearance. He was one of the hitters that hit a line drive to center field that just fell right in front of Michael Beltran. Carrillo comes home, and that one's going to miss low for a ball. It's 2-1 on Dylan Plu. Action going right now in both bullpens. Zeleny down there for Utah Valley, I think really just trying to stay warm, or keep the arm warm anyway. There's a line drive to right, past the diving Cody Hall into right field. A 1-out single for Dylan Plu, and the Cougars have a base runner. Their 11th base hit of the evening right there, a single.
Valiant effort from Hall at second base. He came down hard, lost the sunglasses. And here comes Eric Matson. We'll see if he sticks with Carrillo. It is going to be a staff night for the Wolverines as Zeleny continues to throw in that bullpen. And Matson makes the move. So we'll take a break and come back with the numbers on Zeleny. A man on, a man out. 7-3 Cougs in the 4th.
What's the difference between buying from Murdoch and buying from somebody else?
In a word, confidence. You'll love our price match guarantee, our 5-day exchange policy,
and don't forget car washes and safety inspections for life.
If you need a new vehicle, consider Murdoch Hyundai. I promise you'll love it.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
How does Costa Vida create the ultimate sweet pork burrito? We start by following our award-winning recipe, one that calls for everything to be made fresh, from scratch every day. Like our beautifully braised pork, seasoned beans, savory sauces, and delicious cilantro lime rice. Even our tortillas are cooked to order. It's a difference you can taste. Treat yourself to the ultimate sweet pork burrito, only at Costa Vida.
We're in the back really cooking food. You know, we take pride in all the food that we do. We make the meatballs from scratch. We make the pasta. What we're doing as a restaurant, making the community better, beautifying the community, increasing the culture in the community. And I think that that's such an important aspect to what we do as a restaurant, to recognize that our customers aren't just people who are coming in to dine with us, but they're part of our family.
First pitch on its way home, misses low and outside to Kyle Manzardo. New pitcher on for Utah Valley. We'll take a look at the numbers here on Blake Zeleny.
Yeah, this will be Blake's 15th appearance. He's thrown 15 and a third innings, struck out 11, walked 17. Opponents are hitting .328 against him.
A 2-for-2 Kyle Manzardo stands in. Zeleny will throw over to first, and back standing is Dylan Plew over at first base.
Well, Carrillo was put into a difficult position in that second inning, but after giving up a couple runs, he settled in nicely.
And there's a base hit through the right side of the infield for Manzardo. And back-to-back base hits for Washington State. Their 12th base hit of the evening. And they do not have an extra base hit all night long. Here's DH Jack Smith. He's 2-for-2.
Carrillo ends up going an inning and 2/3. The book not yet closed on him. Gave up 2 runs, one of which was earned. However, he is on the hook for Plew at second base.
And with one gone, Jack Smith stands in from the right side. Washington State in the road gray uniforms. Utah Valley in the all-home white uniforms here in the top of the 4th. Slow curveball stays high for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes.
It's a charcoal kind of look, a different look. I like it. And I think, in my humble opinion, Ryan, Washington State has the best looking hats we've seen all year. Just the classic crimson with the W.
The white W.
Mm-hmm.
The 1-0 pitch on its way. Misses outside. It's 2-0 on Jack Smith. I remember growing up, and sometimes they would regionally put some Pac-12 baseball on. And oftentimes we would see games, up in maybe Seattle at Husky Ballpark or over in Pullman, or sometimes maybe the UCLA USC series. We would see that. I always remember, and I don't know why growing up. Maybe it was, the colors, maybe the crimson, but I always enjoyed when they were broadcasting the game from Washington State, from Pullman. And I don't know why I always remember. I just remember always being excited as a kid. Oh, college baseball's on. Oh, they're in Pullman. I really thought about
we can unpack that if you want.
Maybe I just had a longing desire to go to Washington State, and I just, growing up there, Washington State was actually one of the first colleges I started to really look at. The 2-0 pitch on its way, misses low for ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes on Jack Smith.
A trip down memory lane brought to you by Wilkinson's Trophy. Stick around after the game, fans. We'll give away our player of the game. With 41 years of experience, Wilkinson's Trophy is your place for awards, screen printing, embroidery, and name badges. Check out selections online at wilkinsonstrophy.com.
Jack Smith stands in. The 3-0 pitch on its way. This one's over on the outside corner for a called strike as he was taking all the way. And it's 3-1 on Jack Smith. Utah Valley, I believe, getting Fabian Palacios up in the bullpen. So ideally, you probably would have liked Yoakum to go a little deeper in the ballgame. 3-1 pitch, and that one gets in there just at the knees as Smith took a step towards first base. Yoakum only goes an inning and 2/3, and especially with having a short week before you have to play UTRGV. Not that you really needed Yoakum to go 6 innings, but you would have taken whatever you could get from him, where gives you a little more arms. You may have to go like an inning at a time here the rest of the way. The 3-2 pitch about ready to come home to Jack Smith, and that's going to be a ground ball deep in the hole. Howell going to cut it off, but he will not have a play. And the bases are full of Cougars here in the 4th inning. Trevor Howell, that one was deep in the hole. Howell potentially could have attempted to make the throw. It would have been a tough play, and I don't think he would have gotten Jack Smith. But right here with one out, bases are loaded, and here is Colin Montez. Montez has 2 base hits in the ballgame and has scored a run here in the first, or back in the 2nd inning, during the 6-run 2nd inning for the Cougars.
And that was, Howell did not have a play there because they started the runners. So some timely hitting there, timely call by, I suppose, by Lease.
First pitch, a breaking ball. It misses low and outside for a ball, and it's 1-0 the count here on Colin Montez. And this is when Washington State really could break this one open with a ball in the gap. Zelany's going to have to be careful here. And the 1-0 pitch right on the outside corner settles in for a called strike, and it's 1-1 here on Montez.
Well, you have the 13 hits, and they're all singles. That is difficult to do.
Zelany taking a long look in behind the plate to Drew Sims. The 1-1 pitch on its way right on the outside corner, but misses. Must have been maybe just a little too far off the plate for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike here on Montez. Dylan Plew, the runner at third, Manzardo, the runner at second, and Jack Smith over at first. Corners are playing even with the bag, double play depth up the middle. Zelany kicks and comes home. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Montez took a big uppercut swing there and instead came up empty. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes on Montez.
Yeah, Montez does have 3 big flies on the season. He was looking for number 4 there.
Ready to go right now. Zelany looking in to Drew Sims. He's ready to come home, and the 2-2 pitch on its way home is going to miss low, ball 3, and the count goes full, and there's no place to put Montez here. So now Zelany pretty much has to come over the plate here. Montez on the year, 3 home runs, has knocked in 16 runs, hitting .276. However, only hitting .190 this season with runners in scoring position. Zelany ready to go. And the 3-2 pitch on its way. Ground ball slowly hit to second. Going to be a tough turn. They're going to get the out at second, and that's it. A run. Plew will come in to score from third, and it's an 8-3 lead for Washington State.
It's a nice job by Montez just to put the ball in play. He picks up RBI number 2 on the night. Nice job, a nice play, I should say, by Hall, ranging to his left and then shifting his weight to make the throw back to second.
Brody Barnum, the right fielder, stands in. Barnum has gone down on strikes in both of his plate appearances of the ballgame. Gould Smith on deck for Washington State. Barnum ready to go. The first pitch on its way. Barnum swings and lifts this one to left. Eastburn going back, turns on the warning track on the wall. Goodbye baseball. A 3-run shot from Brody Barnum, and this one's opened wide up in favor of Washington State. 11-3 Cougars here in the 4th.
Well, Eastburn initially almost looked like he broke in a step on that ball and then went to his left and just turned and watched it. That ball had some carry. Barnum hit it well.
That is only Barnum's second home run of the year, and now it's going to bring up Garrett Gouldsmith, the second baseman.
if you can get a ball, that was a high home run. If you can get one up into the ozone tonight, it's going to fly out of here on a warm evening.
Gouldsmith swings through it and misses. No balls and a strike to count. Gouldsmith, a pair of ground outs on the evening for Washington State. Ready to go, and the 0-1 pitch right over the plate for a called strike, and it's 0-2 on Garrett Gouldsmith. So Washington State has brought the lumber tonight. 1 run in the first, 6 in the second, 4 runs here in the fourth. And the 0-2 pitch, that one bounces in the dirt for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. The count here on Gouldsmith. Here's the 1-2 pitch, slow curveball, and Gouldsmith sends this one foul. We'll do it again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Top of the fourth inning, 11-3 lead for Washington State on top of Utah Valley in the 2019 home finale here at UCCU Ballpark. And the 1-2 pitch on its way, and that one's fouled back to the screen. The finale of the year for Jordan and Ryan as well. At least scheduled, I should say. Finale.
Indeed, we haven't been much luck for the Wolverines at home this year. They're just 6-17 in this ballpark.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count, and the 1-2 pitch to Gouldsmith is swung on and hit into right field. Alexander Marco going a few steps back, gets under it, makes the catch, and the top of the fourth inning comes to an end. But not before Washington State adds on 4 more. We head to the bottom of the fourth. 11-3 Cougars on top of the Utah Valley Wolverines.
You only need to answer one question.
Will you accept the challenge to become?
No matter where you are in life.
No matter your interests.
From award-winning music
to acting.
To theater programs.
There's a place for you.
A place for you.
A place for you at UVU. A place to engage.
To rise.
To succeed.
To become.
New pitcher on for Washington State. It's the right-hander, Trent Sellers. This will be his 15th appearance. He has an ERA of 6 even. He's thrown just 12 innings this year. 13 walks, 11 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .222 off him. The Wolverines have a lot of work to do. They trail 11-3 as we head to the bottom of the fourth. Sims, Polson, and Estrada, all right-handers, due up.
So maybe the pitching change will get the Wolverine bats woken back up. The Utah Valley Wolverines scoring 3 runs in the first, able to find a way to get some hits going. However, just one of those games where Washington State, the bats just kind of opened up. Newstrom ends up going 3 innings, allowing 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned. Walks 1 and struck out 2 right here. Did it all on 57 pitches, 32 of which were strikes, as Drew Sims will stand in the box. Sims popped out to second back in his first plate appearance here, as Sims, Polson, Estrada stands in. The first pitch from Trent Sellers is going to kick and deliver a fastball that misses high and away for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count here on Drew Sims. Sims popped out to the second baseman in his only plate appearance of the evening here for the Wolverines. Ready to go as Sellers kicks and delivers, and Sims sends this one foul over the top of the stadium here. The count evens up at 1 ball and 1 strike. When you look at this Utah Valley lineup and you look at the seniors they're going to be losing, Utah Valley will need to replace a shortstop, a center fielder, a third baseman. The 1-1 pitch on its way, slow curveball misses for a ball, and it's 2-1 on Drew Sims. However, you may not necessarily need to replace a third baseman. Mick Madsen has been able to play a lot over there. You also are going to lose Ryan Eastburn, your starting left fielder. So there's going to be some holes for Utah Valley to replace, including on the mound with senior Jake Carr, your Friday night starter, leaving. There's a fly ball hit to center field. Sinatro over in right center field. He drops it, and Drew Sims is going to go into second base. Diving head first, the throw gets past the shortstop, and Utah Valley catches a big break. Sinatro, a long run from center field. I'm kind of surprised that Barnum didn't just call him off and take it, and the ball just hitting right off the glove. A big E8 there for Washington State. Puts a runner in scoring position right off the bat for Utah Valley.
Well, obviously that's a big mistake, and one that the Wolverines need to take advantage of. They have struggled since the first inning swinging the bats, and they got to get going here.
Here is Cade Polson. Cade Polson in his first plate appearance hit the ball hard, but hit a line drive right at Plew, who was able to quickly double off the runner at third base to end the inning.
And out there, Sinatra's not battling the sun or anything. I'm not sure what happened. Not a real clean played game so far.
First pitch to Cade Polson. There's a fastball that misses outside for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Sure, both Eric Madsen and head coach of Washington State, Marty Lees, will both have stuff they're going to look back on and say, you know, we didn't play our best baseball tonight. The 1-0 pitch on its way home to Cade Polson, and that one fouled straight back to the screen. Evens the count up, 1 ball and 1 strike here on Cade Polson. Trent Sellers, the right-hander, ready to go back to work here. We kind of wondered if we might see more of a staff bullpen day, especially with the shortened schedule. Historically, on these Tuesday night ball games, we see a little bit more of a staff day. The 1-1 pitch missing for ball 2. 2 balls and a strike here on Cade Polson. Drew Sims running out at second base for Utah Valley here in the bottom of the 4th inning. An 11-3 lead for Washington State. Ready to go. Sellers delivers the 2-1 pitch. That one's rolled foul. We'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Cade Polson. A few Washington State fans in the crowd tonight. Just kind of looking around. You see some crimson. Wasn't sure tonight what we would see with it being a Tuesday night ball game. Thought maybe this weekend you might see a little bit more up in Salt Lake City, but
it's a good week to come down. Beautiful weather.
The 2-2 pitch about ready to come home to Cade Polson. There's a fastball that is sent foul, and we'll do it again. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cade Polson. You're starting to see Cade Polson make some of those adjustments at the plate. You're seeing that transition from his freshman to sophomore, and now sophomore to junior years. Be interesting to see what he can do as junior to senior year. Ready to go. Sellers from the stretch. Checks Sims at second, comes home. Slow curveball, misses. High ball 3, and the count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes on Drew Sims. Or on Cade Polson, I mean. As this game, the pace of play of this one has not been as quick as we've seen in weeks past, or even over the weekend in the Sacramento State series. This one's been a little bit more take your time at the ballpark kind of a night. That one fouled back. We'll do it again. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Not a lot of urgency.
Sellers steps off the mound and now steps back on, ready to go. 3 balls and 2 strikes here with nobody out. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Utah Valley, 3 runs on 4 hits. And the 3-2 pitch to Polson misses low, ball 4, and Utah Valley has a couple of base runners on here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Go ahead and check that out-of-town scoreboard here. Some games, some late-season non-conference games going on here tonight.
Yeah, Valparaiso beat Chicago State. That's a final, 4-3. Valparaiso won that one. Currently in the top of the 1st, Grand Canyon with a 1-0 lead over UC Riverside. Also San Diego leading California Baptist. That one just underway. San Diego up 1-0.
Paul Estrada stands in the box and sees the first pitch from Sellers. That one low for ball one. 1 ball and no strikes. Estrada 0 for 1, flew out to center in his only plate appearance. UTRGV, another team that was scheduled to be in action tonight, but I think that one got postponed, I believe.
Yeah, I believe so. I saw that on the schedule. BYU and Utah tied up in Salt Lake City 1-1. That game in the 5th.
The 1-1 pitch, this one missing low for a ball, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Washington State in the same situation as the Wolverines, where they're playing a Thursday, Friday, Saturday series instead of the traditional Friday, Saturday, Sunday that you see often played in the Pac-12. Ready to go. Sellers checks the runners, comes home. Bunt shown by Estrada. He pulls it back and takes outside ball 3. And the count goes to 3-0 here on Paul Estrada.
Well, Trent Sellers just trying to find the strike zone right now. You have a big lead. You can give up some base hits. You do not want to walk. You do not want to walk anybody. No free passes with a big lead.
Here's the 3-0 pitch on its way, and that one's a called strike as it appeared to be Estrada was taking all the way. And it's 3-1 on Paul Estrada. He should see something good to hit here. The Wolverine third baseman, as Jordan was mentioning, some of the seniors earlier playing their final games here at UCCU Ballpark. Paul Estrada is one of them. Here's the 3-1 pitch on its way. That one low, ball 4, and the bases are loaded full of Wolverines here in the 4th. And now you're getting into the good part of the lineup for Utah Valley as Cody Hall, the 9th place hitter, will come. And Dan Spencer is going to come out of the Washington State dugout. And we'll have a conversation here with his starting pitcher. Dan Spencer's done a little bit of everything on this Washington State staff throughout his career. When you take a look at some of the stuff he did, he coached with Marty Lees for 4 seasons together at Oregon State. On those back-to-back national championship teams in 2006 and 2007. Coached 3 seasons with the New Mexico Lobos, and then spent 4 years before as the head coach at Texas Tech. And then also had some coaching stops up in the Northwest. He's another Pacific Northwest guy, Jordan. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, when you look at this staff that they've assembled with Marty Lees, Dan Spencer, assistant coach Jim Horner, another guy who has a lot of experience managing in the Seattle Mariners organization. He's a WSU graduate coming back to Pullman. You have to like what Marty Lees has put together, at least on paper. It's still a young team up there in Pullman.
He's recruited very well.
Here's Cody Hall, first pitch in there for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Jordan mentioned that just a moment ago. When you take a look at their recruiting class, that's coming in, and even some of the guys lately has been drafted out of Pullman. There is some good stuff going on right here. No balls and a strike, the count on Cody Hall, and the 0-1 pitch on its way. That one in there for a called strike, and it's 0-2. The 2016 incoming class was rated 28th by D1Baseball.com, and the 2018 class this year's was number 32 by Collegiate Baseball. And they just have a couple of really good recruiting classes. So that's kind of where I say keep an eye maybe on Washington State in the next couple of seasons. The 0-2 pitch to Cody Hall. Fastball misses off the plate for a ball, and it's 1-2. The Cougars, though, have a lot of the same struggles that Utah Valley has, just with some of the weather that time of year, of being able to get on the field at home at an early part of the year. Oftentimes, they're heading south those first few weeks in February into early March. 1 ball and 2 strikes here on Cody Hall. Bases full of Wolverines here in the bottom of the 4th inning. The 1-2 pitch, a curveball, misses outside, and the count goes to 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Cody Hall.
Yeah, like the Wolverines, the Cougs essentially spent the first month of the season on the road. Down Moraga, Santa Clara, Reno.
Here's the 2-2 pitch, about ready to come home. Sellers laboring here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the 2-2 pitch, fastball, misses outside ball 3. And the count goes full, 3 balls and 2 strikes on Cody Hall. There's a catcher getting loose down in the bullpen for Washington State. He's kind of just waiting for somebody to start throwing. Utah Valley with Drew Sims at 3rd, Cade Polson at 2nd, and Paul Estrada over at first base. Full count on Cody Hall. Nobody out in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the 3-2 pitch on its way home. And Hall grounds this one over to third. Scooped up by Plew. He goes for second for one. The turn to first in time. They turn the 5-4-3 double play. However, Drew Sims scores. And Utah Valley will add a run here, but they trade the 1 run there for the 2 outs. And Cade Polson will move down to third base. So Utah Valley now needing a little bit of help to try and keep this rally going here as Howell stands in the box. He's 1 for 2 with a single and a pop out to second base. The right-hander Sellers ready to go for Washington State. A big run for Utah Valley to try to see if they can chip their way back into this one here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And the pitch on its way, a curveball that settles in there for a called strike. And it's 0-1 on Trevor Howell. Sellers right now ready to go as a right-hander starts to get loose down in the Utah Valley bullpen right here. No balls and a strike, and the 0-1 pitch, and Howell's going to ground this one deep past the diving shortstop Alvarez into left field. An RBI single for Trevor Howell, and it's now 11-5 Washington State. A nice RBI base hit there for Trevor Howell to get the run home. The second run Utah Valley's put on here in the 4th inning, and here is Michael Beltran. And this is kind of those clutch base hits that you needed to see here for Trevor Howell. That is RBI number 20 on the year. Trent Sellers, the right-hander, working here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. The pitch on its way. Fastball, that one's going to get past Blunt to the backstop. And Trevor Howell moves up 90 feet on the wild pitch. This is another situation where if you're the Wolverines, a base hit here really makes that 90 feet extremely important. Ready to go here as Beltran stands in. Sellers ready to go from the stretch, takes a look at the runner at second coming home. Beltran takes the 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes, and kind of seems like that strike zone's kind of shrinking a little bit as the game goes on. It's 2-0 on Beltran.
Yeah, it was a big strike zone from Randy Upton, especially in the early innings, width-wise. But as you mentioned, Ryan, yeah, it seems to be getting a bit narrower.
Here's the 2-0 pitch, about ready to come to Michael Beltran. He stands in and takes the 2-0 pitch. Ball 3, 3 balls and no strikes.
And that's borderline. That's just about belt high, maybe a baseball above the belt.
But one that you probably wouldn't really hold any grievance if it was called a strike. Ryan Eastburn waiting on deck here if Beltran can reach. The 3-0 pitch in there for a called strike, and the 3-0 pitch in there for a strike. It's now 3-1 here on Michael Beltran, who's got 2 base hits on the day. Ready to go right here. Beltran back in the box. Sellers, the right-hander, working here from the stretch. Comes set. And the 3-1 pitch on its way home misses outside, ball 4, and Beltran draws a walk. The 3rd walk of the inning issued here by Sellers. And here comes Ryan Eastburn. Eastburn's reached on an error and struck out in his last plate appearance. The tough thing here, really, if you look at this inning for Utah Valley, you had the error that Drew Sims reached on, the fly ball that was dropped in center by Sinatro. Then a walk and a walk, a single and a walk. Washington State kind of gifting the Wolverines some base runners here in the 5th. And here's Ryan Eastburn now. Lefty versus righty matchup. Swings to the first pitch, pops it up. Down the left field line, and it's going to run out of room. This one's onto the berm for a long strike 1. It's no balls and a strike on Ryan Eastburn.
And you got to cash in if you're Utah Valley. Trailing 11-5. Have to take advantage of the mistakes.
This is when I could go for a home run from Ryan Eastburn right about now. Or a ball in the gap or something. No balls and a strike to count here on Ryan Eastburn. Sellers ready to go. And the pitch on its way. Eastburn takes this one high, and the count evens up here at 1 ball and 1 strike.
They've certainly made Sellers work in his first inning of relief out there.
Sellers already over 30 pitches. This will be pitch number 33 coming home to Ryan Eastburn. And the 1-1 pitch on its way, right on the corner. This one a called strike in at the knees. It's 1-2 the count here on Ryan Eastburn. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning, 11-5 lead for Washington State. A combined 16 runs on 19 hits and 4 defensive errors between both teams. Here's the 1-2 pitch on its way home to Ryan Eastburn. And he swings and lines that one hard and foul onto the berm. It's on a night like tonight, you have to be careful down on that berm. It's crowded with a lot of kids and families out here, and you get a line drive like that and your back's turned. Got to be careful out there on the berm tonight. But this is the kind of nice baseball weather you've been really hoping for all year long, and we get it on the final home evening of the season. The 1-2 pitch about ready to come home to Eastburn, and he grounds this one to short. It takes a bad hop, but fielding it cleanly is Alvarez, who underhands to Gould Smith at second, and the inning comes to an end. Utah Valley chips back in 2. It's 11-5 in favor of Washington State. This is Utah Valley Baseball. Top of the 5th inning here in Orem, 11-5 lead for Washington State, and a new pitcher on for the Wolverines. It will be number 10, Fabian Palacios, who will come in on the year. Palacios only has 1 appearance on the year. He's gone 2/3 of an inning for Utah Valley. Allowed 3 hits, 2 runs, all earned, no walks, and 1 strikeout here for the right-hander. So it has been one of those years for Palacios. I think he was banged up a little bit to start the year. As well, so we didn't see Palacios a ton, but he'll come in here and he will get 9-1-2 Blunt, Sinatro, and Alvarez here in the top of the 5th inning. And with the play-by-play here for innings number 5 and 6 is Jordan Bianucci. Jordan.
Thanks very much, Ryan. Palacios out of Mesa, Arizona. So he would especially like the Wolverines to make that WAC tournament so he can head home, play in front of his family and friends. Palacios is a transfer from Scottsdale Community College. As he winds up his warm-up pitches, graduates this summer with a major in communications. So here is Blunt, 11-5, the Cougs on top. Blunt is looking to get into the action tonight. 13, make that 14 hits from the Cougs, but Blunt does not have one. He is 0-for-1 with a walk, and he lines one right off of Palacios. It caroms near the second base bag. Backhanded or barehanded by Howell. The throw to first. They got him. What a play by Trevor Howell. And luckily, Palacios looks to be okay. That one was hammered. I'm not sure. I think he got him on the right arm, and Beeve Levitt, the head trainer for Utah Valley, is going to come out and take a look at that right elbow, right arm. That one was scorched, and Beeve seems to be satisfied. Palacios says he's all right. Goodness. Ball was hit so hard that Howell had time to barehand it across the middle and then make the sidearm throw just to get Blunt. Now Palacios will take a warm-up pitch, make sure he's all right, and he is. So a very nice play by Trevor Howell. 1-6-3.
Cody Hall had started to charge, but he lost his footing coming in, so he kind of slipped out there. And I thought when I saw that, I thought, okay, that's probably a base hit for now. And Trevor Howell just came out of nowhere there to make that play.
So one away, bases empty, back to the top of the order for Washington State. Sinatro takes a strike, an 86-mile-an-hour fastball. Sinatro has a couple hits. He is 2 for 3. He grounded out in his last at-bat. Palacios from the windup. The right-hander kicks and fires. Fastball misses down and in, and it's 1-1. Sinatro hitting .298. He is the closest Coug to be batting at .300. They have struggled offensively this season. The 1-1 pitch, a swing, and this is lifted into left center field. Coming over is Beltran, sprinting, he reaches up, and he makes the grab on the run. The senior showing his speed right there. He had to come a long ways, and that ball just hung up there, and there are 2 down. Now the Wolverines could certainly use a quick inning. Bases empty, 2 outs. They retired the Cougs in order back in the 3rd. Other than that, it's been a messy scorecard. Here is Alvarez. He doubled in 2 runs back in the 2nd inning, part of a 6-run inning for Washington State. The Wolverines, at a time in this ballgame, led 3-1. They trail 11-5 now as a fastball misses outside to the right-handed batter. 1 ball and no strikes the count. Alvarez 2 for 3 officially. Hitting .287, an even stance, maybe even slightly closed up there. The 1-0, a swing and a drive. That's it deep to left. Eastburn on the run. Now he'll square up and reach up and make the grab. He didn't quite square up. He actually, that ball nearly sailed over his head. A nice play by the senior, moving back, angling to his left. So the inning's over. Palacios retires the Cougs in order. We go to the last of the 5th. It's Washington State 11, Utah Valley 5.
Looking to spend that birthday money, Tyler? I'm just not sure which one to get. Well, they are both pretty cool. But saving some of that money would be pretty cool, too. Yep.
When's the right age to teach your children how to save and spend money wisely? Right now, with the Be Money Smart program only at Utah Community Credit Union. Inspiring smart decisions.
You only need to answer one question.
Will you accept the challenge to become?
It doesn't matter your situation in life.
No matter your interest.
Whether your first choice or second chance.
There's a place for you.
Place for you.
Place for you at UVU.
Place to engage,
to rise,
to succeed,
to become.
Utah Valley trails by 6 runs as we head to the last of the 5th inning. 11-5, Washington State. It'll be Marco Matson and Sims, 4, 5, and 6 for the Wolverines. Trent Sellers back out there for his 2nd inning in relief on the mound. He walked 2 batters in the 4th inning, gave up a hit, gave up just the 1 run, though. He was helped out by a double play ball that he elicited off the bat of Hall. Here is Marco, right-handed batter, takes a curveball down low, ball 1. Well, the Cougs hit the ball fairly hard in the top half of the inning, but some nice defensive plays by the Wolverines, and the senior Palacios, in what will be his last appearance in this ballpark, had a clean inning. Ball misses down in the dirt, 2-0 to Marco. Marco is 0 for 1 with a walk. He struck out back in the 3rd inning. This is the first time he has faced Sellers. The right-hander working from the stretch with the bases empty. The 2-0 pitch, Marco takes down and away, ball 3. Sellers is 6'1", 76-pound freshman out of Kennewick, Washington. Is Kennewick up there near the Columbia River, Ryan?
It's a little more north of the Columbia River.
Fastball misses inside, a walk to Marco. I have been up near the Columbia River Gorge. That is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. A man on, nobody out, and here comes a trip to the mound from Dan Spencer, the associate head coach for the Cougs.
You know who would know a little bit about Kennewick, Washington? Would be the guy getting ready to step to the plate for Utah Valley, would be Mick Madsen. Served a 2-year mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the Kennewick, Washington mission. Just saying. He might be the authority on Kennewick up here in the booth.
He would. He's a little busy at the moment. There's going to be a pitching change for Washington State. It's going to be a left-hander, and he's coming in from the field because he was not in the bullpen. That is... Well, who is that? That's Moyle. Was he getting loose? Not for long, if he was. I didn't see him. So Moyle, new pitcher, comes in. A short break and come back with the numbers. New lefty, 11-5, Washington State. A man on, nobody out in the Wolverine 5th inning.
Label me.
You know you want to.
Don't be shy.
You do it behind my back.
So say it to my face.
You don't know me.
You know what I am?
I'm a pitcher.
I'm a striker.
I'm a point guard.
I'm a linebacker.
I'm a setter.
Shortstop.
High jumper.
Wrestler.
Defender.
Goalie.
Student.
Student athletes.
That's who we are.
Moyle, the new pitcher on for Washington State.
Yeah, on the year, Bryce Moyle 1-1 with a 5.04 ERA, making his 21st appearance, 25 hits on 25 innings on the year, 15 runs, 14 earned, 5 walks to 20 strikeouts. Opponents are hitting .320 off the left-hander.
So here is Matson, a right-handed batter, the lefty on the mound, set. Moyle delivers the first pitch, breaking ball that skips away from Blunt, and Marco will take second on the wild pitch. That is how it's gone tonight for both teams. A lot of unforced errors, as they would say, in tennis. Moyle out of Carson City, Nevada. That's my neck of the woods. Out of Carson High School.
I think Washington State was a good fit for us tonight up in the booth, you know.
Absolutely. Fastball misses outside. 2 balls and no strikes to Matson. He singled in a run back in the first inning. He is 1 for 2. Man in scoring position, 11-5. The Cougs leading. Moyle comes home and a fastball catches the inside corner, and it's 2-1. Matson is coming into the ballgame was just 10 for 44 facing lefties. Did pick up that hit in the first off a left-hander though. That was Michael Newstrom, who started the game for Washington State. Went 3 innings. Gave up 3 runs. The 2-1 from Moyle. A swing and a foul. A grounder near the home plate area. And it's 2-2. That was an off-speed pitch at 75 miles an hour from Moyle. Marco at second. He singled to begin the inning. Reached second on the wild pitch. And I say he singled, he walked, I beg your pardon. Strike 3 call, the fastball froze Matson, and there's 1 down. So Drew Sims will come to the plate. So Matson unable to make a productive out there. Sims popped a ball up last inning. Sinatro came in from center, seemed to be under it, and then just dropped it. Eventually, Sims came around to score. Looking for an RBI here. Moyle, the left-hander, comes home. Curveball, a beauty right there on the outside corner at 70 miles an hour. Strike one. Sims this season batting .254, 2 home runs, 25 RBIs. Polson is on deck. 11-5 Washington State. We're in the 5th. The pitch. Sims swings and hammers this one into center, but right at Sinatro. He has it. Marco stays put at second base. And they're 2 away. That was not quite hit quite as hard as I initially thought off the bat.
Now stepping to the plate for UVU, number 20.
Here is Polson. So the Wolverines had the leadoff man reach base. They need to cash in. Last inning, the Wolverines had the bases loaded, nobody out. Hall grounded into a double play. Ultimately, the Wolverines did score 2 in that inning. Trying to scratch their way back into this. The pitch to Polson, a swing and a miss, way out in front of the breaking ball. Polson walked last inning. He lined out in the first. A .252 average on the year. 1 home run, 23 men batted home. Marco away from second. Nobody out there really keeping him close. The 1-strike pitch. Misses down and away, a fastball, and it's 1-1. No breeze right now. The sun is setting. The mountains beyond left and center field illuminated in the setting sun. The kids out on the grassy berm. Just a perfect evening for baseball here in Orem. The 1-1 pitch. Polson swings and misses at another breaking ball. He let loose. He came up empty. It's 1-2. The outfield deep and straight away for Washington State. But it is nights like these that make you wish we had 2 months left in this season. .81 degrees at game time. The 1-2 pitch to Polson. Down in the dirt, and it gets by Blunt to the backstop. Marco will take third, the second wild pitch of the inning. The second from Moyle. And Marco's just 90 feet away. 2 outs in the inning. 11-5 Cougs. Two and 2 to Polson. A large crowd, maybe the biggest crowd of the year tonight. Polson looking in to knock in Marco. The 2-2 pitch, a swing and a foul back to the screen. That was the fastball that Polson has been looking for this entire at-bat. He got it there and just missed it. 88 miles an hour up in the zone.
You know, Cade Polson's one of those guys, Jordan, where we've seen the development. We've seen each year his at-bats get better and better, where he's willing to take pitches. His first year here in the program, he went up there looking to swing first pitch and just swung immediately into a lot of outs.
He has certainly improved. The 2-2 pitch. A curveball swung on and missed. He got him. In the dirt, Blunt has it, steps out in front of home plate, throws to first, and the inning is over. So Moyle enters. He ultimately strikes out 2 and retires all 3 men he faces. On to the 6th inning. Utah Valley trailing Washington State 11-5.
What is it about the car shopping experience at Murdoch Hyundai that has everyone talking? Maybe it's the safety inspections or the car washes for life. It could be the price match guarantee, or maybe it's just the way you're treated. Come fall in love in Linden, Logan, and Murray at Murdoch Hyundai. Your no regrets dealer.
(11-5), Washington State leading Utah Valley. Palacios, the senior, back out on the mound for the Wolverines. It'll be Plew, Manzardo, and Smith. 3, 4, and 5 for Wazoo. On the out-of-town scoreboard, if I can get it fired up here, UC Riverside leading Grand Canyon, or I beg your pardon. Oh, misread that one, Ryan. Grand Canyon leading UC Riverside 6-1 in the third. Grand Canyon is red hot. They've won 9 in a row. A fastball in there on the outside corner to Plu, strike one.
And their team, they got off to a slow start. Some people were wondering what was going on down in Phoenix. And I tell you, Jordan, I don't know if I really want to play them in the WAC tournament coming up.
0-1 breaking ball misses low. It's 1-1. Absolutely. That is a dangerous team right now. They are currently tied for second place at 17-7. The 1-1 pitch misses down and away to Plu, 2-1. They started the year out slowly, and they have come on big time. And they don't really, that I think they feel perhaps, and I don't know, I never heard this, but I deduce it as a pitch is fouled back, 2-2 to Plu. Maybe you feel a little extra pressure playing basically at home during that tournament. Grand Canyon has never won that WAC tournament. They haven't been there all that many times, as they have just fairly recently made the transition to Division I.
But you think of those high expectations with the idea that they have won a couple of regular season championships, and to go down there and, I think there was one year they went 0-2 and were gone. And so it's just one of those things where I think it adds a little extra pressure whenever you're playing that close to home and it's in your home, not in their home ballpark, but right down the street basically. It does add a little bit of pressure.
Fastball missed high and away to Plu. Now he swings and fouls one off of Sims, and he's in a lot of pain. I'm not sure where that got him. Up near the shoulder area. Sims has been beat up, and the Wolverines are thin at catcher. Randy Upton's going to give him a minute. Ouch. That get him up near the neck area. That seems to be where he's rubbing it. Man.
Boy, we've seen him get hit in the arm and the shoulder, just all over the place, it seems like, these last few weeks, about once a game or so. And Drew Sims is a tough kid. He plays through it. So, you have to remember when you're behind the plate and you have a ball coming one way about 85, 90 miles an hour, followed with the force going the other way. I'm not a physics major, but that adds a whole lot of speed to that baseball, and then it's hitting you right there.
Yeah, you'd like to see the exit velocity there. 3-2 pitch misses down low, and Palacios issues a leadoff walk. Sims is a guy that the Wolverines absolutely love, a sophomore catcher. Very mature behind the plate. Just from a cerebral perspective, Eric Mattson has said he is so ahead of his time in the sense that he is mature behind there, calling the ball games. So Palacios into his stretch. Here is Manzardo, who has 3 singles tonight and an RBI. Palacios checks on the runner. For Plu, that's his 5th time on base. And we're in the 6th inning. 11-5, Cougs. Manzardo, a left-handed batter. Palacios set. Here it comes. A fastball. Low, ball 1. Nobody up in the Utah Valley bullpen. Palacios retired the Cougars in order in the 5th inning. The senior now working with a man on base. Also on the out-of-town scoreboard, St. Mary's leading Sacramento State. There's a swing and a high fly ball. Left field, Eastburn under it, reaches up. He makes the one-handed grab, and there's one down. Sacramento State is reeling right now. The Wolverines took 2 of 3 in a series that the Hornets came into knowing they needed to at least take 2 of 3 to remain in first place. But they did not play all that well in that series, and the Wolverines really put together the most complete series of the season that they've played. Took 2 of 3 from the Hornets, as now a lefty begins to get loose for Utah Valley in the bullpen. Here is Smith.
And that's just the dangerous thing, Jordan. You really don't want to be heading to Mesa not playing your best baseball of the year, especially at Sacramento State. And another 2 out of 3 for Sacramento State, and they're going to go from being a potential second-place team with a first-round bye to a 3, maybe a 4 seed, depending on how some of that shakes out. UTRGV has UVU this weekend, so there's plenty to play for heading into this weekend.
Jack Smith takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Plew at first base, 1 out. Smith, a right-handed batter. He is 2 for 3 with an RBI tonight. The 1-strike offering, a swing and a sharply hit ground ball over the glove of Estrada. It took a wicked hop off the lip of the infield grass into left field, where Eastburn gloves it, gathers it, and throws it in. Runners are at first and second, 1 out here in the 6th. Not a whole lot you can do there if you're Paul Estrada. That one was hit very hard. 2 men on, 1 man out. Here is Montez. If that ball stays true, it's probably a double play. Another left-handed batter. Montez has 2 RBIs tonight. He has a couple of singles, picked up 1 RBI on a fielder's choice. He's also scored 2 times, 11-5, Washington State ahead. Palacios, the senior, comes set. Here it comes. A swing and a foul, high and off to the left. Also on the out-of-town scoreboard, San Diego leading California Baptist 3-2. That game in the last of the 3rd. In the Pac-12, Portland is currently leading 11th-ranked Oregon State 3-1. That game in the 6th inning in Corvallis. Stanford leading Cal Poly 3-0. That game in the 4th, as Palacios and Sims try to get on the same page. BYU and Utah still tied at 1. A rivalry game up in Salt Lake City. That one in the 7th. USC trails Loyola Marymount 1-0 as a fastball misses high and away to Montez, ball 1. Gonzaga trailing Oregon 3-0 in Eugene. That game in the last of the 3rd inning. A lot of WACtion and Pac-12 action tonight. Montez hitting .275 on the year, trying to extend this Cougar lead. 15 hits on the night for Washington State. All of them have been singles. That pitch misses way outside, 2-1. All of them except for 1 home run. Almost all of them have been singles. That home run came off the bat of Barnum back in the 4th inning. He is on deck. 2 men on, 1 man out. Palacios ready. Now he steps off. This game has slowed to a crawl here. With the men on base, Palacios being extra careful.
Logan Pettit up in the bullpen for Utah Valley, starting to get loose.
Two and 1. Palacios comes home. A swing and a miss. A fastball at 84 miles an hour, and it's 2-2. Just 84, but on the outside corner, well placed. The Wolverines have just 5 hits tonight, 2 errors. Washington State also with 2 errors. The lights beginning to take effect here in Orem. On a lovely May evening, the 2-2 pitch. A swing and a foul, high and off to the left, out of play. In the last of the 6th, it will be Estrada, Hall, and Howell for the Wolverines. And then Utah Valley, after this one, will get on the plane and head down to Edinburgh, taking on the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley, a 3-game set beginning Thursday. The 2-2 pitch, curveball, strike 3 called on the outside corner. Montez gets fooled. The first strikeout for Palacios in relief, and they're 2 away. Now you face Barnum. It's the first time he's faced Palacios. He had a 3-run home run in his last at bat. That was off Blake Zeleny. And that one hurt. That came with 2 outs. Has another shot at 3 RBIs here if he can get into one. Runners at first and second, 2 out. Palacios comes home. Fastball misses up high for ball 1. For Barnum, that was home run number 2 on the season. He has 14 RBIs. Smith is at first. He singled. Plew is at second. He led this inning off with a walk. The 1-0 pitch. Curveball down in the dirt, blocked by Sims, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. Garrett Gouldsmith, another right-handed hitter, is on deck. Palacios just trying to keep this close, keep the Wolverines in it. They trail by 6 runs. Trying to keep it relatively close, I should say. The 2-0 pitch. A swing and a high pop-up. Foul territory, third base side, down the left field line now, twisting out of play and onto the grassy berm. And the count is 2 balls and 1 strike. For Washington State, they will just take the 45-minute or so bus ride up to Salt Lake City after this one. They'll take on the Utes Thursday, Friday, Saturday at Smith's Ballpark. Washington State currently in 11th place in the Pac-12. That is last place. The Utes are in 10th place. And I believe the Utes are just a couple games up, 2 games up on Washington State. Fastball misses down in the zone, 3-1 to Barnum. The Utes at 4-23 in conference, and Washington State at 2-21 and 1 in conference.
You look at those overall records in the Pac-12, and there's a big jump between Utah, Washington State, and then into 10th place with Oregon. Oregon's a 25-win team overall.
3-1 fastball misses outside, not close from Palacios, and the bases are loaded. 2 walks in the inning, and now Gouldsmith will bat, and there's nowhere to put him. Yeah, the Pac-12 is just a brutal gauntlet that you have to go each year. No tournament for the 11 teams in the Pac-12. Colorado, the lone school without a baseball program. But how many bids will the Pac-12 have this year? Quite a few. The pitch to the right-handed hitting Gouldsmith misses down low, 1 ball and no strikes.
Which, I mean, the Pac-12 has, the last couple of years, they haven't had that many bids, but when you look at this year, you'll get UCLA, Stanford, Oregon State, and Arizona State in for sure. Probably going to get Cal and Washington probably in as well, maybe. The dicey one starts to get Arizona and those.
1-0 ground ball up the middle, base hit. 1 run comes in to score. The back runner from second will score. A 2-run single for Gouldsmith, and this has been opened wide open. 13-5. Washington State leads the Wolverines. So the walks come back to bite Palacios.
Next up for Washington State, number 1, the catcher, Kobe Blunt.
Here is Blunt. Still men on the corners, 2 outs. That is Plew scoring and Manzardo. Barnum at third base. Blunt does not have a base hit in this game. He has grounded out twice and walked. Did score a run back in that 6-run second inning for the Cougs. Palacios is the guy right now. He is not going to get bailed out. Working in his second inning of relief, the senior comes home and a fastball misses up high. Snap throw down to first by Sims. Back in diving safely is Gouldsmith. Again, runs coming with 2 outs in the inning. A lot of timely hitting for Washington State tonight. For the Wolverines, they have not been able to put guys away. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. Blunt swings and lifts it. Foul, first base side. Polson giving chase, but it's going to get out of play into the 4th row behind the first base dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Pettit continuing to get loose in the Utah Valley bullpen. He is a left-handed pitcher. A lefty is on deck in Sinatro. Blunt, the 7th man to come to bat here in the Washington State 6th. A pickoff throw to first. Again, Goldsmith back in diving. Well, Trevor Howell was the whack hitter of the week. He will bat in the bottom half of this inning. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball grounded to second. A chopper. Hall has it. Goes the short way. Howell taking it and stepping on the second base bag to get the force play. However, Washington State puts 2 up in the inning. They leave 2 stranded. We go to the last of the 6th. It's the Cougs 13, the Wolverines 5.
Oh, hey, you got one of those insurance apps too? You know how this thing works?
No, sorry. Not an app, it's my agent.
In this moment,
No, I'm fine, thanks.
it's good to know you have a trusted, independent auto owner's insurance agent who's there when you need them.
Great.
Man, I gotta get one of those.
Auto Owners Insurance. The no problem people.
Neil Dastrup Insurance, your local independent auto owners insurance agency, supports UVU athletics.
You only need to answer one question.
Will you accept the challenge to become?
No matter where you are in life,
No matter your interests.
From award-winning business
And STEM.
to performing arts programs,
There's a place for you.
a place for you.
a place for you at UVU.
A place to engage.
To rise,
To succeed.
to become.
We head to the bottom of the 6th inning, 13-5. Utah Valley trailing Washington State. Estrada, Hall, and Howell. 8-9-1 due up for the Wolverines. Bryce Moyle, the lefty freshman, out there on the mound for his second inning of relief for Washington State. Estrada tonight is 0 for 1 with a walk. Moyle out there has pitched well, has retired all 3 men he's faced. Now he's looking to eat up some innings for Marty Lease. Estrada, a senior, the pitch to him, a fastball, missing outside, ball 1. We mentioned it earlier, Estrada's had a nice career here at Utah Valley. Playing in his last home game. He's played 100 and I think this will be his 40th game career-wise for the Wolverines. He takes the ball down in the dirt, 2-0 to him. This was his 118th start as a Wolverine. Earned his bachelor's, or will earn his bachelor's, in business management this summer. The 2-0 pitch coming from Moyle. Fastball misses high and away, 3-0. I don't know if folks who aren't around a college program intimately understand how difficult it is as a student athlete. Especially a lot of these guys are not on scholarships. There aren't all that many baseball scholarships. And the time they put in year-round is just unbelievable. The 3-0 misses down, and Estrada has a leadoff walk. It's pretty remarkable when you think about it.
Well, when you especially look at all the travel for games and things like that, you know, I remember I was having a conversation with a student athlete, not here at UVU, but another school, and I asked him, I said, how do you plan academics around it? And he goes, there's just certain classes that you know, hey, I need to take this not during my competitive season. And you kind of plan around that a little bit. But he even said, he goes, it can get really tough when you're traveling on the road every week and you're missing class and you're trying to get all the work done. It can take a toll.
Cody Hall, a right-handed batter, takes a fastball on the inside corner for a strike. Especially, and certainly these Cougs know it too, when you spend so much time on the road at the beginning of the season. You're gone every weekend for a month. Hall is 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded into a double play back in the 4th. Moyle would like a ground ball here. A man on, nobody out. 13-5, Wazoo ahead. A swing and a miss from Hall. And it's 0-2. That breaking ball hung up there. Hall couldn't connect. Howell is on deck. Moyle with the high set. Now he comes down to the belt. Checks the runner. The 2-strike pitch is swung on and missed. And Hall did not look good in that at bat. A nice pitch by Moyle on the outside gets him the 3rd strikeout for Moyle. 1 away. And here is Howell, who's had a nice night at the plate. A couple of singles, an RBI, and a run scored. Howell, I mentioned in the top half of this inning, the Western Athletic Conference Player of the Week this past weekend. Hit 2 home runs on Sunday. Moyle set. The lefty throws. Curveball and a beauty right there on the inside corner, taken for strike 1. He went 7 for 14, Howell did, over the weekend. Scored 5, drove in 3 runs. He's reached base safely now in 24 consecutive games. The 1-strike pitch to him. Fastball misses down low, and it's 1-1. The senior out of San Diego, hitting from the right side. Started his career at second base, moved to shortstop. Beltran is on deck. A man on, a man out here in the 6th inning. Wazoo with a commanding lead. The 1-1 pitch. A swing and a fly ball down the right field line, slicing foul. And into the storage area. And it's 1-2 to Howell. Moyle has pitched very well since coming in relief last inning. He's faced 5 guys, allowed just 1 base runner, a walk. He's issued this inning to begin the inning. Estrada is still out there at first base. Moyle is the 3rd pitcher tonight for Washington State. The 1-2 pitch. Howell takes a ball in the dirt. 2-2 to Trevor. Newstrom started the game. The lefty went 3 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 of which were earned. Then Sellers entered for an inning, gave up a hit, 2 runs, none of which were earned. Now Moyle in his 2nd inning of relief. No runs for him. If Howell could put one in the gap, Estrada has good speed. He would certainly score from first. The 2-2 misses inside. Fastball at 87 miles an hour, and it's 3-2. Howell came into the ballgame batting .269 on the year. The light's beginning to take full effect here in Orem. The wind lazily blowing in from center. The 3-2 pitch to Howell. A swing and a chopper foul on the 3rd base side. On the out-of-town scoreboard, San Diego still leading California Baptist 3-2. That game in the last of the 4th inning. In the 2nd, in Sacramento, St. Mary's with a 1-0 lead over the Hornets. And Grand Canyon leading 7-2. They are playing UC Riverside in Southern California. That game in the top of the 4th. This weekend, the last weekend of play in the WAC, as we've mentioned tonight, has a lot of implications. There's a ground ball foul on the 3rd base side. Howell battling. This weekend, beginning on Thursday, the ones the Wolverines will be interested in, Seattle at Northern Colorado. The Wolverines are up 2 games currently for that last seed in the WAC tournament on Seattle. So if Seattle sweeps, the Wolverines lose 3 in a row, then Utah Valley would be out. A throw over to first, Estrada back in diving. That's assuming that CSU Bakersfield takes care of business at Chicago State. The 3-2 pitch to Howell. Fastball misses down and in. That's a terrific at bat from the senior.
Now stepping to the plate for the Wolverines, number 5, center fielder Michael Beltran.
So here's Beltran, 2 men on, 1 man out.
So with 1 out, Beltran stands in the box. He's ready to go here. And the first pitch to Beltran. He swings and lifts this one deep. And that ball, I think, and it is gone. A 3-run homer for Michael Beltran. And Utah Valley's chipped into the lead.
One swing of the bat, and the Wolverines are back in this. Beltran, home run number 3. And that was not a cheap one. Left center field. So the walks come back to harm Moyle. 3-run homer. With 1 down, bases empty now for Eastburn. That was some teamwork in the booth there, Ryan. Nice job. The pitch to Eastburn. He swings and misses.
If that's the result of teamwork up here in the booth, maybe we should do that a little more often.
There you go. Eastburn looking for his first base hit of the night. He reached on an error in the first inning. He scored a run in that 3-run first. At the time, the Wolverines led 3-1. As he takes a ball here, it's 1-1. But Washington State came back with 6 in the top of the second. They have not relinquished the lead since. 13-8. The Cougs still with a good-sized lead here. A changeup on the inside corner. Strike 2, 1-2. Eastburn, another senior, playing in his last game here at UCCU Ballpark. 8 runs on just 6 hits for the Wolverines tonight. And we mentioned that ball hit by Beltran. Here's a ball in the dirt, 2-2 to Eastburn. It was hammered, but in the warm, high-altitude air, it traveled a ways. It was hit to left center, well to the left of the 427 marker, or where that would be out there. Connor Barrison getting loose in the pen for Washington State. Moyle, the lefty, comes with the 2-2. A swing and a chopper up the middle. Charging Alvarez, he gloves it, throws on the run to get Eastburn, and there are 2 down. Short porches, just 305 down the left field line, 312 feet down the right field line. The gaps are big, though. 388 to right center, 427 to left center field, and 408 to dead center here at UCCU. Here's Marco, bases empty, 2 outs. But in this park, a 5-run lead isn't quite as daunting as it might be at sea level. A curveball in there for a strike. We're about 4,300 feet above sea level here in Orem. Alexander Marco could put a run on the board with 1 swing of the bat. He has some power. 6 homers on the year. The 1-strike pitch misses outside. Pullman's at about 2,300 feet above sea level. I was reading an article today. This year is the first year they're using the same baseballs in AAA that they're using in Major League Baseball. The 1-1 pitch coming to Marco misses high and away, and it's 2-1. The ones that they use in Major League Baseball, and people have been speculating for a few years now with the home run numbers rising so rapidly, they are wound a little tighter and the seams are a little lower than the ones that have traditionally been used at AAA. And the homers in AAA have skyrocketed. Here is a ground ball to third base. Plew has it, throws across to first, and the inning is over. The Utah Valley Wolverines get 3 runs back, though, on a Michael Beltran home run. We go to the 7th, 13-8, Washington State leading.
You only need to answer one question. Will you accept the challenge to become? No matter where you are in life, no matter your interests. From innovative exercise science, outdoor recreation to STEM programs, there's a place for you at Utah Valley University. A place to engage, to rise, to succeed, to become.
Label me.
You know you want to.
Don't be shy.
You do it behind my back.
Say it to my face.
You don't know me.
You know what I am?
I'm a pitcher.
I'm a striker.
I'm a point guard.
I'm a linebacker.
I'm a setter. Shortstop. High jumper.
Wrestler.
Defender.
Goalie.
Student.
Student athletes.
That's who we are.
Utah Valley trailing Washington State 13-8 as we head to inning number 7. New pitcher on for the Wolverines. It is the lefty Logan Pettit. For Pettit, this will be his 7th appearance of the season. He has a 7.56 earned run average. He's thrown just 8 1/3 innings. Although the number that stands out in those innings, he's given up 4 home runs. Opponents are hitting .361 off him, so he will try to work a clean inning here to keep the Wolverines somewhat within reach. The Cougs leading by 5 runs. Pettit will see the top of the order. Sinatro, Alvarez, and Plew. So it will not be an easy trip through the order. However, Sinatro and Plew are both left-handed batters as Pettit continues to conclude his warm-up tosses. Pettit, a 5'11", 175-pound freshman out of Boise, Idaho. He went to Centennial High School. Fans, don't forget to stick around after the ball game. We will award our Wilkinson's Trophy Player of the Game. With 41 years of experience, Wilkinson's Trophy is your place for awards, screen printing, embroidery, and name badges. Check out selections online at wilkinsonstrophy.com. And with that, it is my great pleasure. Here with the play-by-play is Ryan Pickens.
Thank you, Jordan, as Danny Sinatro stands in and swings at the first pitch and sends this one foul up onto the concourse down the third baseline. No balls and a strike to count on Sinatro, who's 2 for 4 this evening. Pair of singles back in the first and the second to go along with a ground out and a line out in his last at bat. The 0-1 pitch, slow curveball. This one settles in at the knees for a called strike. And it's quickly no balls and 2 strikes here on Danny Sinatro.
An addendum. It is my great pleasure to give you Ryan Pickens. I shortchanged you there, Ryan. I apologize.
It's okay, Jordan. It's the last game jitters.
Yeah.
Sinatro goes up the middle to second. Cody Hall going to his left, back to his right, and he didn't get him. It was a great play to go up the middle, having to go there to his right towards the second base bag and then come back across his body. It was going to be a tough play, but Sinatro able to beat it out. The third time that Sinatro's been aboard tonight. And now that will bring up Andres Alvarez, the shortstop. He's also 2 for 4 tonight with a pair of singles. 13 runs on 17 hits. 16 hits for Washington State have been singles. The only extra base hit that I have them down for is the home run back in the 4th. Pettit comes home to Alvarez. A fastball stays high for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes to count here on Alvarez. So we're approaching about 8:45 here in Orem, Utah. The last home game of the year. The sun has set here in Orem tonight. 1 ball and no strikes to count on Alvarez. And the pitch on its way inside and tight. And that one just missing the feet of Alvarez. It's 2 balls and no strikes the count here on Andres Alvarez. Sinatro over at first base, 3 for 5 in stolen base attempts on the year. Ready to go here with the 2-0 pitch. Pettit kicks and comes home, and that one hit down the right field line. It's tailing foul, however, and it'll be a called strike. 2 balls and a strike here on Alvarez. Logan Pettit, number 22, the left-hander, gets a new baseball from our home plate umpire, Randy Upton. And now we'll be set and ready to go here. Infield up the middle, double play depth for Utah Valley. Here, 2 balls and a strike, ready to go, and the pitch. And Pettit will throw over to first, and back standing is Sinatro. Right here. 13-8 Washington State. We're in the top of the 7th inning. 2-1 lead, Pettit. Ready to go here. And the kick and the delivery comes home. There's a called strike. The throw down to second. I guess Sinatro's not going to be in time. Sinatro now 4 for 6 on the year in stolen base attempts as the throw from Drew Sims came to the third base side of the second base bag, and that extra split second of Cody Hall getting the baseball and having to then apply the tag happens to be the difference there between out number 1 and the runner being safe. So Washington State now with a runner in scoring position. Andres Alvarez stands in now with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Pettit checks the runner, comes home, and Alvarez chops this one over to third. Estrada will hold the runner at second and throw across the diamond in time for out number 1.
Well, that's one thing Utah Valley will miss next year is Estrada's arm. He has a cannon over there behind third base.
Estrada played a little bit of shortstop here at Utah Valley. Occasionally, we saw him at shortstop. I think we even saw him a little bit at second base a few times in his career. And here is Dylan Plew now, the third baseman. Plew's been aboard 4 times today. 2 singles, a walk, and he reached on a fielder's choice. And the pitch on its way. Plew one-hops this one to second. Hall up with it and a couple steps onto the outfield grass will throw him out. Moving down to third is Sinatro. And there's 2 gone here in the 7th, and that will bring up Kyle Manzardo, the first baseman. Manzardo's 3 for 4, as he has been able to have 3 base hits and a flyout. Another lefty versus lefty matchup here. The top of this Washington State lineup filled with left-handed hitters. Manzardo takes the first pitch high and tight for a ball. It's 1 ball and no strikes. Of the 9 starters, Sinatro, Plew, Manzardo, and Montez, 4 out of the first 6 hitters hitting from the left side of the plate. Here's the 1-0 pitch on its way, blocked in the dirt. A good job by Drew Sims. And it's 2 balls and no strikes on Manzardo. Sinatro moved down to third base. The last thing the Wolverines want is to give Washington State any runs of insurance here. They would already having to get 5 runs back with 9 outs to work with. They would much rather not have to go anything further. Here's the pitch on its way, right on the outside corner. This one's taken for a called strike on Manzardo, and it's now 2 balls and 1 strike here on the Washington State first baseman. Manzardo, a freshman from nearby Coeur d'Alene, takes the 2-1 pitch outside ball 3. 3 balls and a strike. The count. Marty Lee's with a young team and guys who are getting ready, are getting a lot of playing time. To give you an idea, Kobe Blunt is a freshman, their catcher. Trent Sellers, another guy we saw, is a freshman pitcher. Manzardo is a freshman. Goldsmith is a sophomore. And so there's just a lot of young freshmen and sophomores as Manzardo swings through it, and the count goes full 3 balls and 2 strikes. When you look at the seniors on this team, in fact, just looking through this lineup, there is 1, there's one senior on the entire roster. And so that lets you know what Marty Lees is dealing with. The 3-2 pitch misses a little, maybe outside for ball 4. Manzardo draws a free pass here on a full count with 2 away. And here comes a 4-for-5 Jack Smith. Smith with 4 base hits and a ground out into a double play. Will stand in here with 2 outs. Washington State has really taken advantage of being able to hit with 2 outs in the inning here tonight. And that's when they've been able to tack on a good portion of their runs. Utah Valley just looking to get that final out here of the inning. And the pitch on its way to Smith. That one missing low for ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes on Jack Smith. Smith only a sophomore from Mercer Island, Washington. When you look down the starting 9, Andres Alvarez, the starting shortstop. He's the other senior on this team. But bringing back 8 of your 9 starters in your lineup, not a bad idea. There's a fly ball. Alexander Marco going back on it, up against the wall, makes the catch, and the inning comes to an end. Washington State threatens, but Utah Valley keeps them off the scoreboard. We head to the bottom of the 7th inning, 13-8. Washington State here on the WAC Digital Network.
Utah has embodied the spirit of industry. From the first transcontinental railroad to the first department store, we've led the way. As part of the Murdoch Auto team, we're proud to carry on this tradition. That's because when we say you are the heart of our business, it's more than just a slogan. It's our commitment to the values we all hold dear with no regrets. You've got to come see why you truly are the heart of our business. Murdoch Hyundai of Linden, part of the Murdoch Auto team. Click MurdochHyundaiLinden.com.
I decided to go to college to further my education and define my purpose in the world and be a part of something much bigger than myself.
I wanted to set up the best possible future for myself, both academically and athletically. I try to learn from everyone, whether that be professors, my teammates, or other student athletes.
I try to see everyone as an opportunity to learn. Everyone has a story to tell, and I think there's a moral and something you can learn from it.
Bottom of the 7th inning here at UCCU Ballpark in Orem, Utah. The Wolverines trailing the Washington State Cougars by a score of 13-8 as Mick Madsen, Drew Sims, and Cade Polson coming up here. And the first pitch to Mick Madsen is a curveball. It gets in there for strike 1. It snowballs and a strike. Bryce Moyle coming back out here to start the 7th inning. There's a right-hander throwing in the Washington State bullpen. Moyle ready to go, working from the stretch. And the 0-1 pitch, fastball, misses outside for a ball, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike. That, once again, is Connor Barrison, the freshman right-hander, warming up for the Cougars. Ready to go here with the 1 ball, 1 strike count on Madsen. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Then that's a curveball missing outside for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Mick Madsen. Madsen has a 2-run single, a pop out, and a strikeout on the evening to his name. Ready to go. Moyle comes set, checks, gets the sign, and comes home. The 2-1 pitch. That's high above the belt, ball 3. It's 3 balls and a strike to count here on Mick Madsen. If there's one thing Utah Valley needs right now is some base runners. And the Wolverines will take base runners here any way they can get them here.
You know, you may think both these clubs have struggled so mightily this season, each losing 36 games.
The 3-1 pitch, that one off the glove to the backstop, ball 4. And Mick Madsen draws himself a free pass to start the 7th inning right here. And now that will bring up Drew Sims.
For the Wolverines, this is not obviously a meaningless game, especially when you consider that last season the Wolverines won just 15 games, and at that point that was the worst record in the Wolverines' brief Division I history. Right now they stand at 13 wins, so they need 3 wins to get past 15 victories for this season.
Here's Drew Sims, the pitch on its way, fastball off the plate, ball 1. And Moyle having a tough time here in the 7th. of finding the strike zone. In the 6th inning, he gave up two walks. He's given up 3 free passes on the evening. This will be pitch number 45 of the evening. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That one in the dirt, ball 2. And it's 2 balls and no strikes the count here on Drew Sims. Barrison, the right-hander, appears to be just about ready. We'll have a quick conference on the mound here, and we're going to have a pitching change here. Dan Spencer coming out of the dugout, and that will be it for Bryce Moyle. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll introduce you to the new pitcher for Washington State. Nobody out the bottom of the 7th inning, 13-8. Washington State on top of Utah Valley.
What's the difference between buying from Murdoch and buying from somebody else?
In a word, confidence. You'll love our price match guarantee, our 5-day exchange policy,
and don't forget car washes and safety inspections for life.
If you need a new vehicle, consider Murdoch Hyundai. I promise you'll love it.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
How does Costa Vida create the ultimate sweet pork burrito? We start by following our award-winning recipe, one that calls for everything to be made fresh, from scratch every day. Like our beautifully braised pork, seasoned beans, savory sauces, and delicious cilantro lime rice. Even our tortillas are cooked to order. It's a difference you can taste. Treat yourself to the ultimate sweet pork burrito, only at Costa Vida.
We're in the back really cooking food. You know, we take pride in all the food that we do. We make the meatballs from scratch. We make the pasta. What we're doing as a restaurant, making the community better, beautifying the community, increasing the culture in the community. And I think that that's such an important aspect to what we do as a restaurant, to recognize that our customers aren't just people who are coming in to dine with us, but they're part of our family.
On for Washington State, it is Connor Barrison. This will be his 19th appearance. He has a 6.75 earned run average. He has walked 8, struck out 2. Opponents are hitting .375 off the righty. He inherits a 2-0 count facing Sims.
So Barrison ready to go. The right-hander from the stretch will kick and deliver this one in there at the knees for a called strike, and it's 2-1 the count here on Drew Sims. Sims has popped out, reached on an error, and then lined out to center. We do want to welcome all those watching and listening up in Pullman, Washington, and wherever Washington State Cougar fans reside. The 2-1 pitch inside ball 3. It's 3-1 on Drew Sims.
In fact, we have been tasked with relaying a message, Ryan. We want a shout out to the Cougar moms, Christy, Inga, Jennifer, Wendy, and Shauna from Shelly Bush. Shelly came up in the press box, wanted to relay that message back to the Coug moms listening.
3-1, that one low and in the dirt, ball 4, so back-to-back walks. The catcher, Blunt, popped up like he was going to throw down to second base and realized that it was ball 4, so back-to-back walks for Utah Valley to start the bottom of the 7th inning. That will bring up Cade Polson. Polson lined out to third, walked and struck out. We'll stand in here from the right side. Nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Utah Valley really needing a couple more runs here in the 7th inning to try to see if they can take advantage. Eric Madsen isn't a huge bunter, so we'll see here if maybe this might be a situation with Paul Estrada on deck where he may consider bunting. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. The first pitch about ready to come to Cade Polson. And Polson swings the first pitch and lifts it foul, and it snowballs on a strike. The count now on Cade Polson.
Yeah, I think in a 5-run game, the thinking here is to let the senior Polson junior, let it fly.
Polson's been swinging a pretty good bat as of late. A few multi-hit ball games for the junior from Mapleton, Utah, just down the road. Played at Maple Mountain High School. About 10-15 minutes down the road in Spanish Fork. The 0-1 pitch. Polson swings and misses there. Or fouled it away, sorry. It's no balls and 2 strikes on Cade Polson.
Hey, we're doing shout-outs. Any shout-outs, Ryan, in the late innings?
You know, it's maybe just thanking all the listeners and viewers throughout the year. It's been fun. It's been another fun year. This is like, what, our 5th, 6th year together?
Seems longer, you know.
No balls and 2 strikes. I don't know if I should say thank you, Jordan, for that wonderful compliment, or I'm sorry. The pitch, Polson pops it up and sends it foul, and we'll do it again. No balls and 2 strikes. It's so amazing how we get here in oftentimes early to mid-March, and it's a new season. We're 10, 12 games in, and then we get here to May, and it seems like it just goes by about as fast as you can snap your fingers, and the season just goes by and it's over. No balls and 2 strikes to count on Cade Polson, and this one comes inside and hits him. And now the bases are going to be loaded full of Wolverines and nobody out, and all 3 runners have gotten on base for the Wolverines via some kind of a free pass. You have 2 walks and now the hit by pitch, and here is the senior Paul Estrada.
On that note, if the Wolverines do indeed make it to the WAC tournament, Clint Berge and Josh Kalunke will be your Wolverine broadcasters in Mesa. So tune in to GoUVU. The Wolverines will be on the air or on the web.
So Paul Estrada has 2 walks and is flown out to center field. Ready to go here with nobody out in the bottom of the 7th inning. Ready to go, the pitch. That's a fastball that misses low. Ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes. No place to put Paul Estrada here if you're Barrison and the Cougars.
Well, right now, if you're Estrada, you may be taking. You just want Barrison, make him throw a strike. He struggled to find the zone coming in relief.
2 balls and no strikes to the count, or 1 ball, no strike to count, sorry. And Barrison comes home to Estrada, and that one's going to get past the catcher. The runners will stay. The ball got past Blunt there, but not really far enough there for Mick Madsen at third base to, I think, want to risk getting a 5-run ball game with nobody out.
Exactly, and Madsen not a real fast runner, as it is.
So now it is 2 balls and no strikes on Paul Estrada. And Blunt there just getting enough of that baseball. Another right-hander beginning to throw in the bullpen for Washington State. 2 balls and no strikes the count here on Estrada. And the pitch on its way. That one low, ball 3. It's now 3 balls and no strikes on Paul Estrada. And I would imagine here Estrada may be taking all the way. Barrison on the year, 9 walks to 16 strikeouts is his walk to strikeout ratio. A big moment here for Utah Valley, the tying run right now in the on-deck circle in Cody Hall. Here's the 3-0 pitch to Estrada, and this one gets in there at the knees for a called strike. And it's 3-1, and it's still a great hitter's count for Paul Estrada. Nobody out, bottom of the 7th inning. Mick Madsen right at third, Drew Sims at second, Cade Polson at first. Pretty good speed over at first base in Cade Polson. Here's the 3-1 to Estrada. He hits this one to center. That will fall for a base hit. Madsen will score. Sims is going to get held at third. And it's a 13-9 lead after an RBI single from Paul Estrada. Another one of those clutch hits for the senior.
Yeah, going right back up the middle. And as you mentioned, that brings the tying run to the plate as Dave Carter wisely held Sims at third.
The ball was hit hard, and Sinatro got to it quickly and came up throwing and got the ball in really quick. Drew Sims, a wise decision there to hold him. And here comes Cody Hall. Hall has grounded out twice and struck out on the evening here. The worry has to be if you're Washington State a little bit. You have the hot-hitting Trevor Howell on deck. First pitch to Cody Hall, a curveball that settles in there at the knees on the inside part of the plate for a strike, and it's 0-1 here on Cody Hall. No balls and a strike here on the senior second baseman. Another one playing his final game here at UCCU Ballpark. The 0-1 pitch to Hall. That one blocked in the dirt. Blunt couldn't find it. Kind of kicks it with his foot, frantically trying to quickly find it. Owen Leonard, the junior, beginning to throw in the Washington State bullpen. Connor Barrison, you have to be careful here with the bases loaded. You can't. There is considerable distance between home plate and the backstop here at UCCU Ballpark. The 0-1 pitch on its way. This one inside and tight. Hall kind of twists out of the way for ball 2, and it's 2 balls and no strikes on Cody Hall. A ball gets away, it looks like, from the Washington State bullpen. Trevor Howell will go collect that ball and throw a 2 or 3 hopper back to the catcher down in the Washington State bullpen. 2 balls and a strike here on Cody Hall. And now really good speed over at first base in Paul Estrada if a ball gets down the line or into the gap. Here's the 2-1 pitch on its way, and Hall grounds this one past the diving third baseman Plew. In to score is Sims. Cade Polson will be stopped at third, and it's a 13-10 game. Utah Valley right now playing some station-to-station baseball, but it's working here. Back-to-back RBI singles from Estrada and Hall.
A lot of singles tonight from both teams.
Looking at Utah Valley, they've had the home run from Beltran, and then that's the only extra base hit I have down for Utah Valley. So 2 extra base hits, both home runs. Everything else has been station to station.
And it's 13-10.
13 runs on 17 hits for Washington State. 10 runs on 8 hits for Utah Valley. It's not fireworks night here, but definitely some offensive fireworks. That one gets to the backstop. Coming in from third, diving head first and scoring is Cade Polson. It's 13-11, and the tying run now in scoring position out at second base on the wild pitch.
And that's huge, not just because the run scores, but the runners move up to second and third with nobody out, and the infield will come in for Washington State.
Howell now ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes. You have Howell tonight with 2 base hits, a walk, has scored 2 runs, and coming off of a WAC Hitter of the Week honors.
Who would you rather have up there if you're a Wolverine fan?
The good news is for Utah Valley, too, Michael Beltran hitting well behind him, and so you can't really put him on.
Indeed. Now the middle infield, everybody will move back now after initially coming in. The infield back.
Here's the 1-0 pitch to Howell. He swings and pops it up, but sends it foul, and it's 1 ball and 1 strike on Trevor Howell.
So if Howell can just put it in play, that would anything past the pitcher would most likely score a run. If you're Barrison, you're just trying to find the zone right now. You've been working from behind in the count. You have it even at 1-1 now.
The nice thing if you're Utah Valley is you're in a position where you could get both runs in without getting a hit, depending on how everything worked out. Big hole on the right side of the infield. The 1-1 pitch. Howell checks his swing, but the pitch comes high for ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. I say you could get conceivably both runs in without getting a hit. If Trevor Howell was to somehow ground out where Cody Hall moved to third, all you'd need is a fly ball to the outfield deep enough to score Cody Hall to tie the ball game. Obviously, you'd like to keep all the momentum going here and continue to collect some hits. Here's the 2-1 pitch on its way home, and that one in there for a called strike, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Trevor Howell. Utah Valley this year has not really had one of those games. They haven't really given up a lot, even when things haven't been going their way, and there have been a couple series where Utah Valley couldn't really buy something to go their way. They always hung in there and played hard. Here's the 2-2 pitch, about ready to come home to Trevor Howell. This one inside and tight, and it hit him. And immediately some frustration there from Connor Barrison on the mound. The bases are still loaded, nobody out, and now the leading run on the base pass for Michael Beltran.
Yeah, that looked to be just a breaking ball that slipped out of the hand of Barrison, and I think we're going to have another change, and we will. The new righty will come in. Barrison's night is over. He ends up facing 5 batters. All 5 reached base. He hit 2, walked 1, and gave up 2 singles. So a tough outing for Barrison. We'll take a quick break. The tying run is aboard. The go-ahead run is coming to the plate.
Label me.
You know you want to.
Don't be shy.
You do it behind my back.
Say it to my face. You don't know me. You know what I am?
I'm a pitcher.
I'm a striker.
I'm a point guard.
I'm a linebacker.
I'm a setter. Shortstop. High jumper.
Wrestler.
Defender.
Goalie.
Student.
Student athletes.
That's who we are.
Thinking of buying a home? Think bigger. Because with UCCU's low interest rates and low mortgage insurance rates, you could qualify for more house with the same payment you could get from other local lenders. A mortgage with UCCU gives you more purchase power. That means more money you can put into your home or back into your pocket. To learn more, visit uccu.com/morehouse or stop by any UCCU branch today. More house, same payment. Only at UCCU, inspiring smart mortgage decisions.
The latest from KSL 5 News, including breaking news as it happens, and all your favorite KSL shows, ready to watch anytime. Download the free KSL app right now on all your favorite devices.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
New pitcher on, it's the right-hander Owen Leonard. He has an 11 ERA. This will be his 15th appearance. He's thrown 18 innings, walked 10, struck out 18. Opponents are hitting .324 against him. Bases loaded. Beltran at the plate. The Wolverines trailing by 2.
Beltran 3 for 3 has reached in all 4 of his plate appearances tonight. Takes a first pitch curveball that settles in at the knees for a called strike, and it's 0-1. Beltran singled in the first and in the third, walked in the fourth, and then hit a 3-run homer back in the 6th to bring in all 3 runs for the Wolverines back in the 6th inning. Here's the pitch. That one gets the backstop away from Blunt. Coming in from third and sliding in is Paul Estrada. It's 13-12, and now Utah Valley does not need a hit to tie the ball game, and the leading run now in scoring position out at second base.
Oh, what a disastrous inning for Washington State. 2 hit batters, 2 walks, 2 wild pitches that have scored runs.
1 ball and 1 strike to count here on Beltran. The infield is still back for Washington State. And what I'm kind of surprised about, the Cougars offense has been good tonight. The 1-1 pitch, and there's a curveball that misses inside for a ball, 2-1. But I kind of felt like this might be a time Marty Lees may bring the infield in, especially with a 1-run ball game right here. But he's showing some confidence, it looks like, and not just Leonard, but the infield and then his offense as well. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Beltran. He swings and lifts this one into center field. This should be deep enough to get Hall in. Sinatro comes up with it. He dropped it! And now everybody's going to move up, diving headfirst into third. Just underneath the tag is Trevor Howell, and we're tied at 13. The second E8 tonight on Sinatro, and Utah Valley now has the leading run 90 feet away. Still nobody out in the inning.
Unbelievable.
And what I don't know is, did Sinatro lose that one in the lights? I don't know. He was just coming in, and I think what happened was he took his eyes, I think he took his eye off the ball, kind of like a wide receiver in football, Jordan, and he started to look to check the runner to see if he was back to tag, and I think that's when he just came out of his glove. And here comes Ryan Eastburn now with runners on the corners. Eastburn does not need a hit here to get the run home. The third Cougar error of the night. Eastburn chops this one past the diving first baseman Manzardo. Utah Valley takes a 14-13 lead, and going from first to third is Michael Beltran. The Wolverines have their first lead since the first inning on the RBI single from Ryan Eastburn. Still nobody out, and the ninth man to come to the plate here in the inning is going to be Alexander Marco. The inning started with Mick Madsen being walked. Drew Sims then walked. Cade Polson was hit by a pitch. Paul Estrada had an RBI single to bring home Mick Madsen. Then Cody Hall singled. That brought home a run. A couple of wild pitches in between brought home runs. Trevor Howell was hit by a pitch. He just scored. Beltran, running at third base now, reached on the error by the center fielder, and Ryan Eastburn just singled through the right side. That's the Cliff Notes version of the inning. And the first pitch, curveball in the outside corner for a called strike to Alexander Marco. Marco has walked twice tonight, struck out, and grounded out. I think every Wolverine tonight has reached base. The 0-1 pitch to Marco. He checks his swing, but takes that one just below the belt for a called strike, and it's 0-2. Not every Wolverine has a hit, however, but every Wolverine has reached base. No balls and 2 strikes the count. Runners on the corners here. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th inning. 6 runs in for Utah Valley. The 0-2 pitch inside and tight for a ball, and it's 1-2 on Alexander Marco. Michael Beltran running to third. Over at first is Ryan Eastburn.
Sinatra, that pop-up that he dropped, not just the first tonight, the second, as you mentioned, he had come into the game. He's made only 4 errors all season. Very uncharacteristic of Sinatra out in center.
And both of them were fairly routine balls.
Oh, they were not. Those were routine fly balls. That's what's so strange about it.
1 ball and 2 strikes. The curveball misses high for ball 2. It's not even a real windy night where it could make a last-minute adjustment on you or something. There's a breeze, but not anything too out of the ordinary. It's not Wrigley Field wind blowing in kind of a night as Alexander Marco swings and misses. Strike 3. The first out of the 7th inning recorded, the first strikeout for Leonard. And now that's going to bring up to the plate Mick Madsen, who started all this with a walk.
Boy, if Leonard could command those pitches, he is nasty. He starts you out with the curveball in the high 60s. He just threw a letter-high fastball at 88 miles an hour that Marco just couldn't catch up to. That was impressive.
So here's Mick Madsen ready to go. 1 out, runners on the corners. Utah Valley using a 6-run 7th inning. They'll throw over, and diving back safely is Ryan Eastburn over at first base. With runners on the corners ready to go right here. Madsen stands in, takes a curveball low, is able to hold off. And it's 1 ball and no strikes here on Mick Madsen. Ryan Eastburn being held on by Manzardo over at first base. Plew, the third baseman, playing maybe a step off the bag and shaded a little more towards the hole. The 1-0 pitch outside with the fastball. It's 2 balls and no strikes here on Mick Madsen. And right now, Utah Valley just taking advantage of some Washington State miscues here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 13 runs on 17 hits and 3 errors for Washington State. For Utah Valley, 14 runs on 9 hits and 2 errors. And the 2-0 pitch is low, but in there it looks like for a strike, and it's 2-1. I thought it was right in at the knees, and it is for a called strike. It's 2-1.
This is a game that the Wolverines trailed 11-3 back in the 4th inning. They've come all the way back.
Washington State using a 6-run 2nd inning and then a 4-run 4th, and Madsen swings through that one, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes here on Mick Madsen.
It's another great fastball from Leonard. 89 on the outside.
Leonard, a junior from Seattle, Washington, played at Ballard High School and started his collegiate career at Everett Community College. Here's the 2-2 pitch. And that one just high above the belt, ball 3. The count goes full. 3 balls and 2 strikes here on Mick Madsen. Ready to go here, Leonard working here from the stretch. right here. Leonard has what he wants, the 3-2 to Madsen. That one's chopped right back up the middle, coming up with it, but it's going to get into center field. Beltran's going to come in to score. Going first to third is Ryan Eastburn, and it's a 15-13 game. Mick Madsen just finding the hole between Alvarez and Gouldsmith up the middle for that one to get into center field. The third RBI of the night for Mick Madsen, and that keeps the inning going. Here's Drew Sims.
Well, good things happen when you put the ball in play, and for the second time in this inning, Madsen is on base.
7 runs in for Utah Valley now here in the 7th inning. Drew Sims, the stand-in, has walked, reached on an error, lined out, and popped out on the evening. His last at bat, he walked here in the 7th inning. First pitch, a curveball that misses low and away, ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes.
Ryan, the Wolverines this season, when trailing after 6 innings, as they were tonight, before tonight, they were 1-29 when trailing after 6 innings.
Utah Valley's not been a team that saw success when playing from behind this year. The 1-0 pitch, that one settles in on the outside corner, but right at the knees for a strike. Evens the count up, 1 ball and 1 strike on Drew Sims. Eastburn at third, Madsen at first. The pitch, the 1-1, misses high with the fastball. It's 2 balls and a strike to count now on Mick Madsen. On Drew Sims. Madsen's running over at first base. Owen Leonard, the right-hander, has seen some pretty good time in this year for Washington State. The Cougars do have another right-hander throwing in their bullpen. The 2-1 pitch on its way. Sims lifts this one to center field. This is going to be a playable ball in center. It is caught. And the throw going to come in here. The throw there coming in from Danny Sinatro in center field. And with 2 gone here in the inning, that would be a sacrifice fly here for Drew Sims. So 16-13 right there. And here comes Cade Polson. Polson had a good at-bat in his last at-bat, worked the count into his favor, and then was hit by a pitch. And at the time, that loaded the bases in the 7th for the Wolverines. And now Utah Valley with 8 runs in the 7th. They're going to have a little bit of comfort, a little bit of some breathing room. Polson swings and pops this one up. This one will get out of play into about the 8th row of bleachers and then take a bounce back onto the main concourse there. Logan Pettit has left the dugout. He's down in the bullpen throwing. Second time tonight, Utah Valley has had to bring their current pitcher to the bullpen to start throwing. As we're approaching 9:30 here in Orem, Utah, about 45 minutes or so south of Salt Lake City, give or take time of day and traffic. And it's no balls and a strike on Cade Polson, the pitch, and he swings and hits this one high into right center field. Sinatro coming over. It will be the right fielder who will make the catch, however, Barnum, and the inning is over. But the damage is done. Utah Valley with 8 runs in the 7th inning. The Wolverines now lead 16-13. We head to the 8th after the break here on the WAC Digital Network.
A Mountain Dew kickstart.
Well, back here in Orem, Utah, top of the 8th inning, 16-13. Utah Valley on top of Washington State. Logan Pettit will come back out here to start the 8th inning, and it's going to be Colin Montez, the left fielder, to lead it off. And it gives me great pleasure for the final time in 2019 to give you Jordan Bianucci. Jordan.
Thank you, Ryan. Utah Valley with a 16-13 lead. Wow. Montez, a left-handed batter, the pitch to him. A curveball from Pettit falls in there for strike one. The Wolverines trailed in this game 11-3. That was in the fourth inning. They have come all the way back with an 8-run bottom of the seventh. The one strike offering, a swing and a chopper to first. Polson plays it behind the bag. He has it, sprints to first, steps on the bag, and Montez is retired. One away. This 16 runs ties the most runs scored this year for Utah Valley. They also scored 16 on April 12th against Chicago State in this ballpark. Here is Barnum. What a way if the Wolverines can hold on to send off the seniors in the last home game of the year. The pitch from Pettit. Barnum takes a curveball in there for called strike one. In that last of the eighth, a lot of those runs were really gifted to the Wolverines from the Cougars. 2 wild pitches that scored runs in the inning, 2 hit batters, 2 walks, and an error. A swing and a liner into left. That's going to one-hop the wall. Eastburn will play the carom, and stopping it first is Barnum. That one got out there really quick, and it's a short porch, just 305 down the left field line. But Barnum, he may have, I'm not sure, he didn't injure himself running around first, but he was not going to test Eastburn. I guess he hit it so hard that, wow, just a single to the wall. So 1 out, a man at first base for Gouldsmith. If you're
Utah Valley does have Travis Parker throwing down in the bullpen right here, just in case this one maybe gets a little shaky here for Logan Pettit in the 8th.
He delivers a first pitch ball down low to Gouldsmith. I suppose if you're Barnum, that's a wise move if you think it's going to even be close at second. Traveling by 3, you do not want to make a out on the base paths. The 1-ball pitch misses up high, 2-0. Tonight, Gouldsmith has knocked in 3 runs. He is 1 for 4. Last batted in the 6th inning, knocking in 2 on a single up the middle. This game far from over. This Cougar offense has been consistent tonight. The 2-0 pitch, consistently good. A strike, a curveball that falls in there on the inside corner, knee high, and it's 2-1. Not a lot of extra base hits for the Cougars or the Wolverines. I believe still just 2 extra base hits this entire game. And they both were home runs. The rest are singles. It's 16-13. Just weird, wild stuff. The 2-1 pitch will not come home. A throw over to first.
I know we talked earlier in the ballgame, Jordan, about we would have this kind of offensive, kind of midweek college baseball slugfest, but I never thought it'd get to this kind of a point here tonight. You just never know some nights.
Ball misses low and away, and it's 3-1. So now Pettit's got to bear down. You can't walk Gouldsmith. The tying run, potentially, is on deck. That is Blunt. A 3-run game here in the 8th. Pettit set. Here it comes. Fastball up high, and he did walk him. So that's a huge mistake from the left-hander. Now the tying run comes to bat. Kobe Blunt does not have a homer this year. Came into the ballgame batting just .234.
I really wonder if this might be the time we might see Travis Parker come in, just because of the fact that you just fought your way back in with a big 8-run 7th inning. Jordan, you're up 3, tying run coming to the plate. I just don't know how much you're going to want to make this one any more interesting than it's already been.
Right. Just a quick correction on my part. As Eric Madsen comes out to meet with his left-hander, Barnum on that single, I looked up and was watching Eastburn relay it into second. He slipped rounding first, so that's why he didn't test the waters trying for second. He slipped and fell. That's we've seen a lot of that this year. I don't know what's going on around first base, but a lot of guys have slipped and fell.
We've seen it in a couple spots. We've seen it at first base. We've seen, was it center field that we've also seen it at times this year? I know there's another spot on the field where I've seen it, but it's kind of slipping my mind right now. I'm really into this game right now.
Here's a bunch shown by Blunt. He pulls it back and takes a ball low, 1-0. Goldsmith at first, he walked. Barnum at first, he did not lead this inning off. I apologize. He singled with one out. Still just one out in the inning. A base hit into the gap would make this most likely a one-run game. 16-13, Utah Valley leading. Blunt could tie it with one swing of the bat. The 1-0 pitch from Pettit. Fastball swung on, line foul down the right field line. Blunt was late on that one, and that did not miss the first base umpire, Travis Roberts, by much. He made the call, though. 1-1, the count. Blunt steps out, takes a look down at third base coach. That is Lease, the head coach, putting on the signs. Pettit set, the lefty, comes home. A swing and a ground ball, fair ball, down the no, foul ball. Boy, a late call from, relatively late, by Randy Upton. That was close, not foul by a whole lot. Nearly skipped over the third base bag. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count now. To Blunt. He reached base back in the second inning. He walked. Eventually came around to score in that 6-run second.
Marty Lees was very dead set that he was going to send the runner out of second base on the base hit. I think he was already telling him to go before he knew whether it was fair or foul.
Oh, he was. He would have scored easily on that one had it been fair. The 1-2 pitch from Pettit. A swing and a ground ball back to Pettit. He has it, goes to second for 1. No throw to first. Hall eats it wisely. A nice play by Pettit, snagging that one above his head. A chopper and making an accurate throw just to the left of the second base bag. Hall made the play easily. So 2 down, runners at the corners, and here is Sinatro. And you can bet that after making 2 errors in the field, one very costly one in the bottom of the 7th inning, that Sinatro is looking to redeem himself. He swung a nice bat tonight, 3 singles. No homers on the year. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch to him, a swing and a ground ball to second. Hall to his right, to his left rather. He has it, scoops it up, throws to first, and the inning is over. A nice job by Pettit to work around a single and a walk. The Cougars do not get a run. They leave 2 on the base pads. We go to the last of the 8th inning. It's Utah Valley 16.
Let's do this. Let's do it. Huh? Let's do this. Let's do this. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do this. Let's do it. Yeah. 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 I'm on a new level. I'm on a new level. Give your head a Mountain Dew kickstart.
Be a king in your mind, but do the work of a servant. With a purpose on the mission, you get to what you deserving. If it's worth it, you'll be on straight and narrow instead of swerving. Ignore the dream killers and doubters, because they ain't perfect.
Dang, still a lot of doubters out there. What do you want to tell them?
Thank you for the motivation.
A Mountain Dew kickstart.
Back here in Orem, it's a 16-13 lead for Washington, or for Utah Valley. The Wolverines right now getting ready to hit here in the 8th, and they'll do it against a new pitcher. It's going to be, it was number 23. However, there's no number 23 right here on the mound who has been thrown. And if it is, this will be the new pitcher, number 23 on the mound. That is, we're trying to scramble because 23, Cody Colin, a freshman from Post Falls, Idaho, he's not listed as a pitcher. And so nonetheless right here, I guess for right now, it is Cody Colden, who will make his pitching debut here for Washington State in the bottom of the 8th inning. And that's the fun of some of these midweek contests right here. We saw last month when Utah Valley was playing the Air Force Academy, Jordan, we saw Paul Estrada pitch. We saw Mick Madsen pitch. So some nights like tonight, when it's a 16-13 game, Jordan, it's all hands on deck.
Indeed, Colden getting, as you mentioned, right, that first appearance of the year. So we'll see. Colden, the right-hander, working from the windup. Estrada singled in a run last inning, part of that huge 8-run rally for the Wolverines. First pitch misses up high for ball 1.
And this is the one advantage you have, I think, when you're a freshman, is a lot of these guys pitch in high school. And so you at least have some experience on the mound. You may have a couple of different pitches you can throw.
The pitch to Estrada swung on and grounded on one hop to shortstop. Alvarez backhands it, throws to first, and there's one away. So Colden retires the first man he faces, and here is Cody Hall. So for Estrada, that will most likely, if the Wolverines hold on, be his last at bat as a senior here at UCCU Ballpark. Had a great career as his teammates meet him on the top step. Here is Cody Hall, another senior. The pitch to him is a curveball. Good one right there. Just about thigh high. Strike 1. Hall singled in a run last inning. Also scored a run. The pitch to him, another curveball. That one falls in there nicely on the inside corner, and it's quickly 0-2. Hall is 1 for 4 tonight. Right-handed batter. Has played a really nice second base this evening. The 0-2 misses down and away. That one hit 87 miles an hour. It's the first fastball we've seen from Colden. 1-2 the count. A native of American Fork, just up the road. The pitch to Hall. Inside, breaking ball missed, and it's 2-2. Base is empty, 1 out in the 8th. Utah Valley with a 16-13 lead over Washington State. Colden from the windup. Here it comes. Hall takes a ball low. Another breaking ball, and the count is 2-2. So we'll see if the Wolverines go with Travis Parker in the 9th, or if they stick with the lefty Pettit. It'll be Alvarez, Plu, and Manzardo. A righty, then 2 lefties. 2, 3, and 4 for the Cougs. 3-2 pitch is popped up. Foul territory, third base side. It is going to get out of play. Into the seats. And the count remains full. Hall wearing the home white for the last time. Howell on deck wearing the home white for the last time. Colden with the 3-2 pitch. A swing and a drive. Deep to left. If it's fair, it's gone. It is foul. That was a blast, but Hall hooked it. Colden rubs up a new baseball. The right-hander winds and fires. Fastball missed up high, ball 4. A nice at bat from Hall. He reaches base. And here is Trevor Howell.
Shortstop Trevor Howell.
Howell, the senior, possibly coming to the plate for the final time here at home as a Wolverine. Coming into this weekend, he held a career .280 batting average. First pitch misses up high to Howell. He ranked 13th nationally with 824 hits. Played 205 games as a Wolverine. A right-handed batter. He's reached base 4 times tonight. The pitch to him. A curveball comes inside, nearly hits him, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. 1 man on, 1 man out in the last of the 8th. The Wolverines with a 3-run lead. They trailed 11-3 in the 4th inning, and they came all the way back with 8 runs in the last of the 7th inning. The 2-0 pitch from Colden. Breaking ball misses inside. That looked like a changeup, and it's 3-0. Colden has pretty good stuff for a non-pitcher. He's thrown a lot of breaking balls. Hall at first. He is held on by Manzardo. Beltran is on deck. The 3-0. A strike on the inside corner. Another off-speed pitch, and it's 3-1. Howell, the reigning whack hitter of the week, hit 2 home runs on Sunday. Has 3 on the year. Came into the game with 19 RBIs, hitting .269. He's now at .275. The 3-1 pitch from Colden. Inside, ball 4. And Howell reaches base. 2 men on, 1 man out for another senior, Michael Beltran.
Now batting for the Wolverines, number 5, center fielder Michael Beltran.
Washington State has walked 11 hitters tonight, and they've hit 2. They've given away 13 free passes with 7 wild pitches.
Beltran swings and fouls the first one back. He took a mighty cut, didn't quite square it up. It has not been a well-played game in the sense it has been very sloppy, especially defensively for both teams. But that 7th inning was brutal for the Cougs. The 1-strike pitch, a swing and another foul back to the screen, a breaking ball, and it's 0-2. They threw 2 wild pitches that cost them 2 runs. They hit 2 batters, walked 2 batters, and Sinatro in center field dropped a fly ball. The second pop-up that he's dropped tonight. It's one of the normally sure-handed center fielder for Washington State. The 0-2 swung on and foul-tipped into the glove of Blunt, and there are 2 down. Beltran is retired. And here is another senior, Ryan Eastburn.
Left fielder Ryan Eastburn.
So possibly Eastburn, most likely, if the Wolverines can hold the lead, will bat here for the final time in Orem. A left-handed batter. Colden into his stretch. The pitch, a swing and a miss out in front of the breaking ball. And it's 0-1. 2 men on, 2 men out. 16-13, Utah Valley leading in the last of the 8th inning. Eastburn with an open stance. The 1-strike pitch to him. Breaking ball misses away, and it's 1-1. Eastburn out of Torrance, California. Has been superb this season. Started out in the early part of the year with an injury. Has come back strong. The 1-1 pitch. Ball misses outside. Eastburn hitting .344 coming into the game. 2 home runs, 23 RBIs. He singled in a run in the 7th, so make that 24 here in 2019. 2-1 the count to him. Hull at second. Howell at first. Colden set. The 2-1 pitch, a curveball right there on the outside corner, knee high, and it's 2-2. Marco is on deck. This game nearly 3 hours and 45 minutes old. 29 runs total tonight from these clubs. The 2-2 to Eastburn, and a fastball misses high and away, and the count is full.
This that's a position you have to be careful with a hitter like Ryan Eastburn. He'll probably be thinking, I would imagine, dead red here with a guy on the mound who doesn't pitch very often. I think it's probably a very big fastball situation.
The runners will be off with the pitch. Here it comes. Outside, a ball missing, not close. And he walked him. Bases are loaded for Marco. That's a quintessential Ryan Eastburn at bat. Battle late into the count. Patient. With a good eye.
We've seen a lot of his at-bats, Jordan. I know I said it last year quite a bit. He's one of those guys that I just never really see have a bad at-bat. I mean, he's had a couple that I've gone, okay, well, that one probably could have gone better in my book, but for the most part, he's done a great job.
Marco takes a breaking ball in there for a strike. You don't remember them because there just really aren't that many. The Wolverines looking to open this one up here. A base hit would provide a cushion in the ninth. The Wolverines with a 3-run lead in the 8th inning. The pitch from Colden. A swing and a drive. That one's deep to left. Hooking. If it's fair, it's gone. Foul ball. Not foul by a whole lot. Marco just out in front of the breaking ball. The foul poles are not real big here. They do not rise all that far up from the wall. So it's hard to tell on those fouls for home plate umpires. A swing and a foul back. Count remains at 0-2.
Well, it's a tough part here if you're Washington State, Jordan, because you have a guy on the mound who's not a regular pitcher, at least at the college level. And so you're kind of caught in this, I think, difference between making him be a pitcher and making him just throw strikes and hope maybe he hits into contact.
The 2-0 is driven into left center field. That one is going to fall. Base hit. One run comes in to score. Here comes Howell. He will score. Into second, Marco sliding ahead of the tag. A 2-run double. And Utah Valley takes an 18-13 lead. That is huge for the Wolverines. Here is Matson. That provides that cushion Utah Valley was looking for. Eastburn takes third on the double. The pitch to Matson is in there for a called strike, a breaking ball. Well, in the 8th inning, your seniors, largely with the help of Marco, a junior, come up big. The one-strike pitch from Colden. A check swing. Matson did not go around. A breaking ball missed low and away, and the count is even at 1-1. Matson singled in a run during that big seventh inning rally. He also singled in a run back in the first. The freshman hitting from the right side. The 1-1 pitch. Fastball misses up high, and it's 2-1. Marco at second, Eastburn at third. 2 outs in the inning. The Wolverines now with a 5-run lead. The 2-1 from Colden. A swing and a liner into center field. That's going to fall in front of Sinatro. 1 run will come in to score. They're going to send Marco. The throw is cut off. A 2-run single for Matson, and it's 20-13. Wolverines score the most runs they have scored all season long. 20 runs tonight. Here is Sims, the 8th man to come to bat in this inning.
That makes Mick Madsen tonight, Jordan, 3 for 5 with 5 RBIs.
Wow. The pitch to Sims. Down in the dirt. And it's 1-0. Well, we've talked a lot about the seniors. Tonight, Sims is a sophomore, a man that the Wolverines can look forward to seeing next year. And a bright spot, certainly defensively. And he's really adjusted so well at the plate this season. As a freshman, it's so difficult making the jump to Division I as he swings and misses. It's 1-1. This season, we've seen him really mature. Hitting just .253. 26 RBIs. The 1-1 pitch to him. A swing and a miss. And it's 1-2, and it's difficult for a catcher. You don't see a lot of great hitting catchers. And for one reason, they spend the game mentally locked in calling the ball game behind the plate. They're not thinking about their at-bats as much. The 1-2 with Matson at first. Here it comes. Curveball, strike 3 called. And the inning is over, but the Wolverines put up a 4 spot. They lead it 20-13. We head to the top of the 9th on GoUVU and the WAC Digital Network.
In the bottom of the 8th for the Wolverines, 4 runs on.
Looking to spend that birthday money, Tyler? I'm just not sure which one to get. Well, they are both pretty cool. But saving some of that money would be pretty cool, too. Yep.
When's the right age to teach your children how to save and spend money wisely? Right now, with the Be Money Smart program only at Utah Community Credit Union. Inspiring smart decisions.
You only need...
For a cozy hotel featuring free Wi-Fi and right-side breakfast, La Quinta is conveniently located just off of I-15 at University Parkway. Wake up on the bright side with every stay at La Quinta.
Top of the 9th inning in Orem, a 20-13 lead for Utah Valley on top of Washington State, as Travis Parker will come in the ballgame and try to shut the door on the Cougars. Parker on the year's 0-1 with a 6.75 ERA. Making appearance number 19, he's gone 30 2/3 innings, allowed 31 hits, 23 earned runs. He has 24 strikeouts on the year to 21 walks, and the opponents are hitting .258 off the right-hander. And right here, Jordan, the nice thing is with that 4-run 8th inning, you kind of take some of the pressure off Travis Parker in the way of here. The most important thing is getting those 3 outs. You have a base runner or 2 get on base, it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah, those runs are a nice thing to have in your back pocket. Here is Alvarez. He doubled in 2 runs back in the 2nd. He is 2 for 5 on the night. Parker working from the stretch. The junior out of Aurora, Colorado. Whoa, and he uncorks a 91-mile-an-hour fastball that comes inside, nearly hits Alvarez, but goes to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes. Parker kind of talking to himself after that one. Alvarez, a right-handed batter, hitting .283. Parker with the 1-0. A fastball swung on, line down the right field line, slicing foul. It one-hops the wall on the warning track in foul territory. And it's 1-1. Plew is on deck, a left-handed batter, then Manzardo, another lefty. 2, 3, and 4 for the Cougars. The Cougars led in this game 11-3, and then they led 13-5 in the middle innings. The 1-1 pitch, a curveball in there at the knees, and it's 1-2. That was a good-looking curve from Parker. The Wolverines now lead it 20-13. They scored 8 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. Plated 4 more in the 8th, but the 7th was the rally. The 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, blocked by Sims. A check swing by Alvarez. He did not go around, and the count is even at 2-2. Curveball out in front of home plate there. Good amount of fans have stuck around here for the 9th. A game that is nearly 4 hours old. The 2-2 pitch. Swinging and a foul. Tip right out of the glove of Sims. A 93-mile-an-hour fastball up in the zone. The Wolverines had their biggest crowd of the season tonight. An official attendance of 3,014. That is 2,500. There are 2,500 seats in this ballpark, plus standing room. The 2-2 pitch, down in the dirt, and it's 3-2. The grassy berm that extends beyond the third base dugout all the way around into left center field is filled with families tonight. There's still kids out there hanging over the left field wall, holding out hope that there might be one more home run that they can scoop up. There have been 2 in the game. Both hit out there. The 3-2 pitch. A swing and a miss. He struck him out. A fastball at 91 miles an hour, and there's 1 down in the 9th.
Stepping to the plate for the Cougars, number 11, third baseman Dylan Plew.
Dylan Plew will hit with the bases empty and 1 down. Plew picked up an RBI and scored a run back in the 2nd inning. He has 2 hits in 4 official at-bats. He also walked. Just a wild offensive game tonight. Parker from the stretch, the pitch, a swing and a foul. That one's onto the berm down there, down the left field line, a 91-mile-an-hour fastball. 0-1. The kids scramble after it. One last foul ball. Manzardo is on deck. The Wolverines lead by 7 in the bottom of the 9th inning. Or the top of the 9th, I beg your pardon. Breaking ball misses low, and it's 1-1. By hour number 4, it starts to slip a little bit.
You forget where you're at.
That's right. Give me a cup of coffee or an ice-cold Pepsi.
Although, I will say, Pullman, Washington this time of year, I've heard nothing but great things up there this time of year.
The 1-1 pitch, a foul off to the left. I was waiting for... Okay. I don't disagree with you.
I wasn't expecting you to. I was just saying, it's one of those things. You were called to the bottom of the 9th, so I figured you were forgetting that we're in Orem and not in Pullman. Now,
okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's hitting home.
Okay.
I told you, I'm just not as sharp right now. I had to think about that for a minute. The 1-2 pitch. Here we go. Fastball misses high and away. It's 2-2. The first 3 innings, I'd say, first 4 innings, they just crawled along. Boy, those pitchers were working very slowly. Things have sped up a little bit in the late innings, but not much. But you're getting a lot. It's a staff night for both teams, basically. You're getting a lot of guys out of the bullpen. The 2-2, down in the dirt, and the count is full. They're not used to getting the ball and going. Very deliberate with all their pitches. One out. Base is empty. Parker peers in. The 3-2, a swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Howell plays a wicked hop. The senior throws across to first, and they got him 2 away. What a play by Trevor Howell. That took a terrible hop off the infield. And Howell played it like he's been playing out there for 4 years. So Washington State down to their final out. Kyle Manzardo will be the batter. He has 3 hits tonight and an RBI. He's been on base 4 times. A left-handed batter, an even stance. Parker comes home. Fastball misses down and in at 90 miles an hour, ball 1. If Manzardo were to reach, it would be Jack Smith. Wolverines, though, in command, leading 20-13. They lead by a touchdown here in the 9th. The 1-0 pitch. A swing and a ground ball to second base. Hall up with it. He goes to first, and the ball game is over. Utah Valley wins it 20-13. A game in which they trailed by 8 runs twice. They come all the way back with the help of an 8-run 7th inning. And they beat Washington State here at home for the last time this season. The Wolverines will head out on the road after this one. They win it. We'll take a break on GoUVU. We'll come back with the final totals. Once again, the Wolverines win this one by a final of 20-13. We'll be back after this.
What's the difference between buying from Murdoch and buying from somebody else?
In a word, confidence. You'll love our price match guarantee, our 5-day exchange policy,
and don't forget car washes and safety inspections for life.
If you need a new vehicle, consider Murdoch Hyundai. I promise you'll love it.
Here at Intermountain Healthcare, our doctors have experience treating young athletes, professional athletes, and the athlete next door. We treat everyday injuries, sports injuries, concussions, total joint replacements, and everything in between. Come visit our board-certified physicians and surgeons here at Intermountain Healthcare's Utah Valley Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Clinic. We're committed to keeping you moving.
How does Costa Vida create the ultimate sweet pork burrito? We start by following our award-winning recipe, one that calls for everything to be made fresh, from scratch every day. Like our beautifully braised pork, seasoned beans, savory sauces, and delicious cilantro lime rice. Even our tortillas are cooked to order. It's a difference you can taste. Treat yourself to the ultimate sweet pork burrito, only at Costa Vida.
We're in the back really cooking food. You know, we take pride in all the food that we do. We make the meatballs from scratch. We make the pasta. What we're doing as a restaurant, making the community better, beautifying the community, increasing the culture in the community. And I think that that's such an important aspect to what we do as a restaurant, to recognize that our customers aren't just people who are coming in to dine with us, but they're part of our family.
Welcome back to UCCU Ballpark. I'm Jordan Bianucci alongside Ryan Pickens. Utah Valley wins this one over Washington State 20-13. And Ryan, just really a memorable win tonight for the Wolverines.
One of those games where, you know, we kind of talked about it early on in the ball game. You know, we said, boy, what kind of game are we going to get? Are we going to get an offensive showdown? Are we going to get, you know, pitchers pitching well? And usually in these midweek games, Jordan, I always lean towards slugfest because both these teams have to turn around and play in 48 hours. And so, you know, that pitching staff, there's going to be certain guys they're not going to want to throw necessarily. So I always lean more towards a slugfest. But I didn't expect that we'd be talking touchdowns tonight. And, you know, to have a 20-13 kind of a ball game, to have one of those games where both teams kind of at different times showed how they can swing the bats, and both teams showed at times they could get big outs when they needed to. When I really look at this, Jordan, I said, well, the offense looks really good. You talk about a guy like a Logan Pettit who has had kind of an up-and-down year, to come in tonight and throw 2 innings, allowed 2 hits, did walk 2 guys, but really in those 10 batters did a really great job in those 2 innings. I mean, the offense sold the show. I mean, Mick Madsen, 5 RBIs, 3 for 5 tonight. You know, Michael Beltran had an excellent ball game. Trevor Howell was 2 for 3 with 4 runs scored. So you can kind of go through this lineup a little bit, Jordan. But boy, with the way this Utah Valley team is playing, minus some of the offensive mistakes right now, I don't know if you get into the WAC tournament if you really want to see UVU right now with the way they've been playing. They've been playing good ball.
The Wolverines, keep in mind, they trailed 11-3 in the 4th inning. They then trailed 13-5 later on in the game. They came back from 2 different 8-run deficits. That's unbelievable, and we haven't seen anything like that this year from the Wolverines. They scored 20 runs tonight, the most they've scored all year.
And we've seen Utah Valley struggle, and we've had innings kind of like Washington State had in the bottom of the 7th inning, where pitchers, you know, really struggled. But it was good to see Utah Valley in both of those times, Jordan, when they got down by 8. They stayed in and they fought. And they said, okay, we're going to get a couple of runs back here. We're going to take advantage of these miscues, and they added to it. And I think for this team to kind of see that, when that was kind of their story and other teams doing that to them early on in the season, I think tonight's a big confidence booster for a lot of those guys who are coming back in the next year or so to have that experience of saying, hey, we can get down and we can stay in and fight.
Indeed. Our player of the game tonight, brought to you by Wilkinson's Trophy, is Michael Beltran, the senior. Beltran hit the big 3-run home run in the 7th inning that really started that rally, Ryan.
Yeah, when you take a look at it, we talked about how important the top of the lineup was. is to this Utah Valley team. We saw Eric Madsen kind of play around at times this year to try to find the right combination, but when you have a guy like a Michael Beltran who goes 3 for 4, scores 3 runs, knocks in 4 RBIs, that home run he hit tonight was not a cheap shot at all. And I felt like at the point when Utah Valley was down 13 or down by 8, I don't think they were down 8 at that time, but they were down still, to kind of get that kind of a lift from a senior and say, hey guys, come on, I really think that was the catalyst that started everything in the 7th. I don't think it started with the walks in the 7th, Jordan. I think it started after that home run in the 6th by Beltran.
Yeah, I checked that. I said